Okay. I would like to call this meeting to order. Good morning.
Morning.
We are going to do roll call. Reverend Matthias?
Okay. Ms. Davis,
Here.
Dr. Flores,
Present.
Ms. Lewis,
Present.
Reverend Matthias present, Mr. Ross,
Present.
Ms. Shadke,
Present.
Ms. Williams,
Present.
Dr. Baker,
Here.
President Grant.
Present.
We have a quorum.
Do I have a motion to approve the agenda?
So moved.
Support.
Reverend Matthias?
Ms. Davis,
Yes.
Dr. Flores,
Yes.
Ms. Lewis,
Yes.
Reverend Matthias, yes. Mr. Ross,
Yes.
Ms. Shadke,
Yes.
Ms. Williams,
Yes.
Dr. Baker,
Yes.
President Grant.
Yes.
Agenda approved.
Next, we have public comment. But before do we have anyone who has public comment?
We do not.
Okay. All right, well, let's move right into our special order of business. I want to welcome the community members. Thank you for taking time to join us for first round interviews of the Grand Rapids Superintendent Search. Please note that members of the audience who wish to provide feedback can complete an interview feedback form following the interview. Those forms can be given to Jay Bennett. Jay, can you come forward and let people know who you are? Thank you. The forms are on the table, and after completion, they will be copied and distributed to the full board. Also, board members will obviously be asking questions and have the chance to review your forms. Now, there is also one clarification on today's agenda. At the conclusion of interviews, the board will have deliberation, but second round selections will be made Monday, March 18th at 9:30 a.m. during our posted board retreat. This meeting is held at the Heart of West Michigan United Way, located at 118 Commerce. You are free to join us and find out about those second round interview selections. Now we will proceed to our interview of Dr. Adrienne Talley.
Madam President, we just want to remind folks that we do have interpreters, so if we can speak clearly and enunciate, that would help a lot.
Okay, Dr. Adrienne Talley, go ahead and introduce yourself to the board. And come on in.
Nice to
Welcome
meet you.
your show.
How are you? Morning.
Good morning. Thank you for being with us today. All board members will be asking questions today in a round-robin format, and I will have things started. While we have had the opportunity to review your resume, our audience has not. Would you briefly review your educational background, your employment history, and the demographics of districts which you have worked in?
Yes, of course. Good morning to all of you, and first, thank you for allowing me to interview to be superintendent. I was about to say principal, superintendent of Grand Rapids School District. Let me say this emphatically. I am seeking to be the superintendent of the school district, and that is of the Grand Rapids School District. I'm not seeking to be a superintendent of a district. I am seeking to be the superintendent of this district in particular. And let me explain why to all of you. There are 4 reasons why I selected this district. 1, because of its diversity. This school district, this community is very diverse, and I believe that there is energy and synergy found in diversity. Great things comes from diversity. Two, the size of this school district. Though I have worked in larger school districts, when I have wanted to be a superintendent, I only want to be one of this size of a district. It allows me to develop a relationship with the community, with staff, with parents. Three, this school district is showing great signs of improvement. You can see it from the test results, the graduation rates, which were just published, all improving and going in the right direction. I believe it is poised for greatness as it is already, and I would like to be part of that. And the fourth reason is by looking out at the audience, the community involvement here. It is very evident to me that the community is very much involved in this school district. I am aware of the German theologian Martin Luther, who once said, "When schools flourish, we all flourish." And the community involvement here tells me that they truly understand the need for great schools because that means great communities. And so those are the four reasons why I chose to be the superintendent of this school district. My background, who am I and my educational background? I have been a teacher. I have been a principal. I have worked in Fairfax County, Virginia schools, Montgomery County, Maryland schools. I was as a principal, I was also the community superintendent in charge of 40 schools in Montgomery County. I was the deputy of the Department of Defense Education Activity, which runs all of the schools on military bases around the world. I have been the executive director of student services in Prince George's County, Maryland. I am now currently the director of community schools for Prince George's County, and I know that Grand Rapids has 10 community schools. I have worked in very diverse school districts. I have had in charge of Title I. I have worked in HR. I have human resources. I have had the opportunity to ensure success of academic programs by bringing in Common Core to the Department of Defense education activity. In all that I have done, I have been very much focused on the 3 R's: rigor, relevance, and relationships. And I'm certain that I'll be able to talk a little bit more about that in the questions that you may have for me. But those things are tied to students and staff and to myself. I hold myself accountable, and I ask my staff to hold myself accountable to my core beliefs of trust, respect, and integrity. I have to respect you for the job that you do and not the title that you have. I have integrity in the sense that I will do what I say I'm going to do, and trust has to be developed, and I have to trust that you will be able to get the job done just like you trust me. Who am I as an individual? I'm very happy to say I am an Air Force brat. I am the youngest of 4, so I am the baby in my family. I was the runt in my family, but right now I am the tallest, and I am very happy about that with my brothers. I am the uncle of 3 very great young adults. My parents instilled in me a sense of education and a sense of wonder. I am also a U.S. traveler, having visited all 50 states, and I'm a little bit of a geek. I have planned to visit every presidential library, and sometime today I'll be heading over to the Gerald Ford one. The role of a superintendent is most important. You have to be a leader, but you also have to be a follower. And I teach that when I teach my classes to those who plan to be administrators. Everything I do is based upon the needs of children. I know that seems very simple and it should be the case, but I have seen in my career it doesn't always happen that way. Children should be the reason why we make our decisions, and that is what I try to do because the dividends come out when the children have success. That is all I will say in my opening comments. I know we'll get to know each other a little bit more in this most intimate setting as you ask me these questions.
Thank you. Now we will proceed in order for the rest of our questions.
Okay, Dr. Telling, welcome. Teachers have a lot on their plate in teaching the standards. The social, emotional aspects of the student needs are lacking often. How would you be a leader in creating change in this area?
So it's important for me to say that change should not come directly from me all the time. It needs to come from a group collaborative effort. I'm all about collaboration, and I'm all about the we as opposed to the I at times. And so in order to determine how to go about this, we need to have conversations with the teachers. Teaching has changed over time from the time in which I was a 4th grade teacher and a 5th grade teacher. But most importantly, we know that teachers care about children. And so I need to have conversations with them. I need to have conversations with the leaders of the teacher unions, but also have conversations with those in the classroom themselves. Then we have to determine what is it that we can reduce, take away, and what do we need to add and support. Sometimes it's nothing more than determining how to make it more efficient. But sometimes it's that we've got to actually add something to the plate or take something off of the plate. One of the things that we've been most concerned about is the addition, all the testing that we have to give to children and the lack of ability to do real teaching. And so how do we look at that and determine what is really necessary and what is it that we can remove? But by and large, we've got to determine this as a collaborative group, and then we've got to look at what needs are found within for the staff and the children. How do we build their capacity? I know one of the things that in Grand Rapids you really have done is the professional development has been very focused over time, and I think you're very proud of it, as you should be. That obviously has come about through the great work of a group of people, and so I'd want to tag into that and see how to add on to it.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Parents in urban districts often face many barriers when it comes to being engaged in their children's school. How would you address this issue?
So when I was a principal of a Title I school, one of the things that I used to do, I would have what I called I don't drink coffee, so I didn't call it my coffee mornings. I would have meetings in parents' communities. Rather than bringing the parents to me at the school, I would go to the community. So I would work with the apartment complexes and say to them, can I use your a room and have meetings there? It was very informative by going to the families because I learned tremendously from them. You have community schools, and one part of community schools is the parent engagement. We've got to find out through a needs assessment, what is it the parents want and need for their own development, for their own growth. Because I'm going back to the whole thing about I cannot lead this on my own. I could say that parents are going to need X when really they want Y. And so I have to be engaged with them by having these listening sessions, by talking with them, by doing surveys. I'm certain that you do climate surveys of finding out what parents need. Talking to the principals to say, what are your parents saying is an issue for them in their building? And then determining how are we going to try to resolve and bring this forward. There's a great book called Beyond the Bake Sale, which talks about how to effectively, how to use current practices in the school in an effective manner. So for example, we know parents will come to schools for chorus concerts. They come for athletics. How do we use those as opportunities to engage with parents in a meaningful manner? We know that parents are extremely busy, but they are actively involved in their children. We have to know that.
Outside of the courses required by the Michigan Merit Curriculum, which classes, experiences, and supports do you believe are essential to the education of Grand Rapids students? How would you help to create, provide, encourage, and support these classes?
So I'm very big about the arts. I think those are important to help children engage and understand they are as important as the academics, and it also ensures that children who are artistic have the opportunity to have that experience. It is also important to me that children be civically minded, and so I'm also aware of the need for children to have to do character types of development and to have community service. So how do we bring that on board with our children? And I'm going to be honest to say that I'm not certain if community service is a graduation requirement as it is in the state of Maryland, but I would look to have that as a possibility for our children. I think it's very key for them to give back to their community and to be engaged in that. I would also want to look very carefully at the types of things of financial literacy that would be involved in working with, for example, your Chamber of Commerce or your Junior Achievement. How could they come in and do work with our children on financial literacy going forward? Children have to know these things now and not later, and so that they're not making mistakes with getting credit cards when they turn 18 and defaulting on them when they're 19. I would also be very careful about looking at such things as world language at the early age. How can we bring that forward for our children? The earlier we do it, the better. In the Department of Defense, we had Spanish in our elementary schools, starting in first grade for all of our children. It was very helpful. But we will have to do this also very carefully. Anything that we'd want to bring in, we have to look at second and third order consequences. One can easily say that I want to bring, and I'm going to say this right now, I could bring in a world language into an elementary school. Do we have the means to carry that through to all schools? Do we have the means to carry that through all grade levels so it doesn't just end haphazardly at third grade? Whatever we bring forward, we have to look at the consequences of being able to continue it, both from a resource standpoint and from the standpoint of the structure of our schools. And so, but those were just some of the things I would look at bringing forward.
Good morning, Dr. Talent. Can you tell us, what do you look for in hiring leaders for specialized school programs such as Montessori, IB, dual language immersion, or career-focused academies?
Well, first of all, it's a passion. It's a passion for the work that they're going to do. I am fully aware that if you do not have a person who is passionate behind it, it will fail. And so I would need to know that they have a passion for it. As someone who I used to work with has said to me in the past, and I agree, they also have to have a teachable spirit. What I mean by that is that not everyone who's going to come into this will know everything and anything about those specialized programs, but are they willing to learn it in order to do it? Can they have success? Have they had success in other aspects that can translate into the success that's going to happen here? We know that people who are successful in one area tend to be successful in other areas because they can translate and carry over those into their new roles. I'd also want to find out from them how they plan to expand. So let's look at IB. If someone is going to do the International Baccalaureate program, what are they going to do to expand it at that particular school and beyond that school, bringing it down, and let's say it's an IB at the high school level, how they'd work with the middle school to bring the children into the program and articulate up. So I want to look at their plan to expand it over time. Then I'd also want to look at if they have expertise in the area. And finally, I'd want to look at their goals and aspirations for that program and the ability to have it continue over time. What we want are those people who have a passion, who may have some skill in it, and have a vision for what they're planning on doing.
Thank you.
Good morning.
Good morning.
How will you balance and support a portfolio of neighborhood and theme and specialized schools?
So the most important thing is that schools are achieving for children that are there. What I mean by that is, what we don't want is for someone to think that a neighborhood school is less than a specialized school. Every school is important. Every school has the ability to bring success to work for children. And so what we have to do is to ensure that the schools are working at as high level as they possibly can. And then what we also have to do is look at how we balance out the supports in the schools, meaning the financial, human resource supports that are there. We never want a situation where someone would say that a community school, a neighborhood school, I should say, is less than a theme school. Because then what you have are people running from the neighborhood school trying to get to the theme school. And so in my past, when I was in Montgomery County, we had magnet schools. And in where I am now in Prince George's County, we have immersion schools, and we also have other magnet schools. And the goal is, as I said at the very beginning, is to ensure that that the boundary schools are achieving at a high level, that we can show that there are great things that are happening within, and that we can show that we are giving resources to both sets of schools, and that parents are coming to these schools on purpose. When I was principal of a Title I school, I was made principal of that school because they had demoted the principal before because of low test scores. This was during No Child Left Behind, and we had to offer school choice. The superintendent at the time and the president of the board sat me down on the very first day of school and said, "Adrian, you have 2 years to change this school around." I had parents who would come to my school and they did not want to be there because we had school choice. Parents who had never even been in my building. They just assumed that they didn't want to be there. As principal, I really had to help them understand what we were giving their children, that they were not going to get by going to any other school. And in 3 years, we turned that school around, and no more school choice. It's about the perceptions. It's about helping families understand the great things that they can get in both sets of schools. My dissertation is on school choice. I'm trying to understand why parents select one school over another. And it's understanding it from a social capital standpoint and understanding what the purpose is of a parent selecting or not selecting to leave their boundary school. And so as I said before, it is about helping parents understand and having schools tell parents what they can offer and the great things that can come out of those buildings.
Thank you. How will you ensure equitable access to resources in a financially constrained district, including regularly updating curriculum and technology?
I'm not certain if you're going to ask a budget question later on, so I have to be careful about how I respond because I want to go into a budget area here, but I'm going to go into it a little bit. One is by looking very carefully at your budget and doing zero-based budgeting to determine where are the real needs here going forward. Then you have to look at your academic data and making sure that you are addressing the needs that are there. If I'm not mistaken, I may be off by one here. I think there are 2 schools in Grand Rapids that are considered in critical need. And that may not be the right term, but it's just the term that's coming to my mind. So we have to look at what's happening in those 2 or 3 schools. Then there are about 3 other schools that are focus needs. What are we doing specifically in those buildings? And then are we addressing those needs by putting the money there? If there are concerns in those buildings, academic, social emotional, we've got to make sure that the funds are going there to support the children that are happening. What we have to be is very transparent in our discussion. When I was in Montgomery County, for example, where we have a lot of Title I schools, we put additional staffing in Title I schools in grades 1st and 2nd grade because we knew the power of early childhood reading. We knew that we wanted class sizes in those schools to be 17-1. We did that because our data proved that we needed to do it to support those children. In the other schools, we didn't do it. We had to go out and let the community know why we were doing it, when they understood the purpose behind it, because we were trying to even the playing field, to make things equitable. It's important. Equitable does not mean equal. It means giving the resources to those who need it at that time to even out the playing field. And so by being transparent and determining what is it that our children are needing, then we divvy out the funds accordingly. But it does mean that we have to make some very tough decisions along the way. I would have to work with the board so that you can be able to defend this when you're talking to your constituents. I would have to have that conversations with the community so they understand why is it that we're giving a little bit more to school A and a little less to school B. Because our data is proving that we're doing it and it supports the needs of our children.
I'll let you have a drink if you need
Thank
to.
you.
They were just firing away. While you're doing that, can you tell us how you'll navigate change management and develop your team in the first year serving in a new position?
And so here again, I'm not certain if you're going to ask me a question such as what will be your first 100 days or 90 days. So there may be some repetition if you have such a question for me, but I'm going to use part of that right now to respond to your question. Making the management team is one, there are great people who are obviously here now. I need to have conversations with each one of those people to find out what is it that they are doing, what is it that they see as being the positives of the organization, and what is it that we need to do to change. I also need to meet with them and let them know my vision for the district and for my work over the next X number of years. Most importantly, my work for the first year. I know, and it's interesting, when I read your current superintendent, her plan of coming in, it's exactly the same plan I would do, and that is about listening. I have to listen to know what's happening. If you do not know the history, you will make mistakes. And whenever I go into any new environment, I always just sort of listen. I don't know if you're familiar with the Gallup Strength Finders, which I am a coach for. One of my strengths is, my first strength is input, and my third strength is learner. Both of those mean that I go around trying to learn as much as possible and gain as much information as possible in order to make decisions down the road. Nothing right now, based upon what I have read or what I've been told, is telling me that there is a crisis in Grand Rapids schools, which tells me that there is nothing that I should come in here and try to change immediately. Rather, I need to spend and have a time with my leadership team to gain an understanding of their strengths and to go back to one of my core beliefs, as I mentioned, trust. I have got to gain their trust, and I have got to gain their trust, and I have to trust them. The other thing is that I have also got to have conversations with not only that leadership team, but the conversation with the union leaderships. I have to have a conversation with the city council. I have to have conversations with other leaders to determine what it is that we need to do going forward. But the management team is about learning who they are, the work that they currently do, and also what is it that they haven't been able to do that they want to do in the future? Because I want to build their capacity as well. Some of them might want to be a superintendent down the road. How do I support them in that work? How do I support their personal and professional achievements? Because that's what I do as a leader. I have to be able to do that. And so to your question again, I'd have conversations with them and then determine, looking at the current structure and determining how we're going to move forward.
Tell us about your experience with teachers unions. Have you been a member of one? Have you bargained with unions? And lastly, how would you proceed with bargaining with our labor unions?
And your latest report is showing quite a strong positive relationship with your union. which is wonderful. Yes, I have been a member of a union. I've been members of, when I began teaching in Fairfax County, I was a member of the teacher union. Then when I moved over across the Potomac River to Montgomery County, Maryland, I was a member of the teacher union there. And then I was a member of the administrator union in Montgomery County when I was a principal. I am no longer a member of the unions. I am not allowed to be as executive member of a school system. I have worked with various unions across the time. When I was with the Department of Defense, we had 4 teacher unions, one in Puerto Rico, one here on stateside, one in Asia, and then one also in Europe, and then another one we had in the Mediterranean area. And so I was working with them on a consistent basis. I actually organized a monthly conversation with the unions because I felt it was important to have that happening. What we've got to do is have open lines of communication. There should be transparency and nothing should be held back. If I'm holding back from them, it means they can't trust what I'm trying to say to them. If by some chance I have to say, we cannot offer a salary increase, they have to know that the reason I'm saying it is truthful. I only get that truth out by being honest with them as an honest broker all the way and all the time. We have bargained with the unions. When I was with the Department of Defense, we started the new bargaining of the stateside union. It hadn't been rebargained since 1986. Every year we would do MOUs with them. Not something I was happy about, but that's the way it was when I came on board and when I left. I have had unions involved in my committees. I have had them being part of my committee that I'm on right now. I chair the Community Schools Steering Committee. I have union involvement there. We've been involved in when I was in Montgomery County, we worked with the unions to help devise and design the new teacher evaluation program. It allowed for a whole brand new evaluation program for teachers and administrators. It meant that teachers would have an opportunity to have a say in how they're evaluated, and then even in their evaluation. So that, for example, at the high school level, when we have a science chair, that science chair actually does observations on his or her own staff in addition to the principal. It meant that it was a much broader viewpoint of the teacher's skill and ability. And then because of that work, we were recognized in Montgomery County by the Gates Foundation, and we spoke about this in Seattle a few years back about how we have been using and engaging with the unions. Let me say this up front, or not really up front because I've been talking about this for a bit, but it should not be us against them. It's really about us working together for the betterment of children. I'm going to bet my paycheck, and I'd bet a chocolate cake on this, that everyone got into the education to serve children. So it's not about us against them. It's about coming up with common ideas. Interest-based bargaining is what it's all about. And so if we come into it from that standpoint, I think we have the ability to do well and to achieve with our associations and our unions. Unions are not bad words. It's not a bad word at all. It's just an organization to look for the good of the people that it serves. And so with that type of conversation about collaboration, it means that we can continue the great work that's happening, obviously, here in Grand Rapids.
Please explain your experience in addressing behavior, attendance, and academic achievement.
So as Executive Director of Student Services, we were really working on attendance for the last few years. My people personnel workers, PPWs, have had a job of working on supporting students with attendance. Because of that, I made sure that we had, I applied for a Title IV grant for the last 2 years. 1 year it was for about $500,000. The next year it was $1.4 million. Money was put aside to bring in our PPWs, people personnel workers, in the summer to help parents out and students with attendance, to pinpoint issues, children who are having issues with attendance, and to create a plan for those children to ensure that they're in schools. Behavior issues. When I was in Montgomery County, we were looking at ways to reduce suspensions. And to that effect, what we did was we created a system-wide committee of all principals looking at ways to reduce, what can we do to reduce suspensions? And we came up with a toolkit of ideas to help principals out with it. More likely than not, the reasons why issues happen is because we need to build the capacity within the schools. The other reason is we also need to help staff with gaining an understanding of how to deal with the social emotional needs of children. When we come out of college, one of the things that you really are not taking a class on is how to deal with children and their social emotional needs. And I think it's incumbent of the school system to work on that area. Children are coming with issues of trauma, abuse, and other concerns. And the staff who are coming in may not have had that wherewithal when they come in as a teacher, even as principals or other positions. So what we've got to do is we have to build the capacity that is going to be there. You said attendance, behavioral issues, and there was one more I forgot. And academic achievement. So when I was in Montgomery County, I was co-chair of a committee looking at how to improve AP and honors enrollment and achievement for all students with a specific focus on minority students. In this role, working with staff from various high schools, working with the curriculum office, we came up with some recommendations that schools should be using to improve their work on, one, inviting students in to honors and advanced placement courses, and then to not only get them in, to improve their achievement. The work we did, we were recognized by College Board by having the highest number or percentage of students across the nation in honors and advanced placement, or really in advanced placement. But then more importantly, the achievement level continued to go up. There are some who believe, erroneously, that when you put more children in advanced placement classes, you're going to see a drop. That doesn't happen, because if you help with building the capacity and put some scaffolding in to support the children once they're in there, such as a boot camp in the summertime to help the children with regards to the writing that'll be necessary for the AP or IB, to looking at your PSAT results. There are children who might not be in advanced placement classes. Normally on the College Board, if you have a PSAT score of about 44, you should, on the math, on the reading, you should be in an advanced placement course. If you have a 46 on the PSAT, you should be in advanced placement math. But there are children who may not be there, especially some of your ESL children or others who may not know to be in those courses. And so we made a strong effort to look, making sure we are inviting people in, and then once in, supporting them. Again, those results have shown work and improvement. So I have done work in attendance, academics, and behavior.
What factors and data do you consider when recommending adoption of a new curriculum?
So when I was with the Department of Defense, we brought in the Common Core. In the Department of Defense, we did not have to, we weren't doing Common Core, but there was a real need to do it because the military children come and go from Common Core states to our Department of Defense and then back again. And so it wasn't fair to those children. And then in that way, we had to adopt new math program, a whole new math program. So I'll talk a little bit about that right now. So what we have to look at is, does the program meet our need? Obviously, we're determining that we want a new curriculum, and there has to be a reason why, other than the fact that it's just outdated. So we want to look at, is it meeting the need? Is it going to provide real-world opportunities for our children? Does it work on critical thinking skills for the children? What's the planning that comes along with it? What does the company do that will bring in planning for staff, because they're going to need to be trained in that new program? I go back to, I believe it was one of the earlier questions. We need to have a committee that will look at this to help determine which is the right way to do it. It has to be made up of staff and parents and curriculum people. I'd also want to make sure that whatever we bring in is culturally relevant and also diverse in its background, and that our children will see themselves represented in that work. And then I think the final thing I'd want to look at is by what method is it going to be evaluated going forward, so that we know we've made the right choice. In everything that we do, any new thing we put forward, we need to evaluate the success of it. We have to evaluate not only how it's implemented, but then also the end goal. Is it meeting the needs of our students? Because what we've got to be careful about is just bringing something on and then we just sort of let it go and we don't think about it anymore. Implementation is key. I'll just say one last thing about this. When I was in Montgomery County, I was the Associate Superintendent for Shared Accountability. I was the data person. And in that role, I had applied research and evaluation under my role, as well as testing, auditors, and other things. One of the things we made sure we did was evaluate everything not everything, it's not possible, but we evaluated the key things that we felt were important. And so curriculum implementation was one. Any new program that we might want to bring on board, we would look at how to evaluate that going forward. And so I think that's another important aspect of bringing on new curriculum.
All right. Tell us about a time in your career or life where you had a misstep. What did you do to address it, and what was your takeaway?
Yeah, so we all make mistakes, and I think the important thing is that we try not to make them again, and we learn from them. So a misstep of mine was when I was with the Department of Defense, and I had given someone the role of bringing on board the Common Core. My role was the deputy, and I was also the associate director for education, which meant I was completely in charge of the academic piece. But I couldn't do everything, so I gave it to someone else to do the onboarding of the Common Core, and it wasn't going as it should have. And what I should have done is I should have taken that on board from the very beginning because of how important it was. I think what I learned from that was that even though there are times when I give something to someone else, I've got to ensure I may have to take it back faster than I would want to in order to make sure it's going to happen in the way in which it should. I also learned from that because of the importance of it, I should have taken that on immediately. And then finally, I probably should have been a little bit more clear with some of my directions in the beginning of that, of giving that out to someone. When I took it over, I'm glad to say that in very short order, I was able to get it back in place and get that have the training in place for the teachers, have the new books ordered, and the implementation of that math curriculum went by as it should, without delay.
What role does language diversity and cultural competence play in the education of students? What strategies would you implement to equalize educational outcomes for different segments of the urban student population?
Will you read that first part about the language?
Yep. What role does language diversity and cultural competence play in the education of students?
I'm just trying to, I'm stammering here, trying to figure out if you mean the fact that you have about 80 languages that are spoken by your students. Is that what you mean?
I believe so.
Okay. All right. Okay. Just want to make sure. Yeah, so you do have a number of children who, you have a large number, just like I had in Montgomery County and Prince George's County, where we have over 100 languages spoken by our children. What's key here is, one, respect for the children and their background, their cultural background. Everyone has a background that's different. All of you sitting here and sitting in the audience, we all come at this differently. Some of us may look similar to each other, but that doesn't mean we have the same background. So the respect is key, that's there. Two, that we provide the resources that are necessary for those who may be learning English as a second language. We provide those resources in class, we provide the resources to families. You have, for example, the translation devices that are up here, as I saw walking in. I had that when I was principal in my building. I purchased it for my school so that I could have those conversations with parents at back to school night, PTA meetings, etc. We have to celebrate the diversity that's happening. And we have to do that in very meaningful ways, not just World Heritage Day, but real ways. And I talked about this before, by having families and students seeing themselves in the work that they're reading and in what's happening. I talked about one of my R's being relevance. What do I mean by that? We have to make the work that our children are doing relevant to who they are currently, and then what they're going to do down the road. A quick example, geometry. When I was taking geometry, and if I asked you right now, how many of you can remember your theorems in geometry? Don't put your hand up, I'm not going to embarrass you that way. I can say honestly, I have not. I don't remember a single one, but I made A's in my geometry class. It wasn't relevant to me. And so we have to have relevance to our children. And so if their children are coming to us from cultural differences, how do we make the work relevant to them? How do we ensure that there are support mechanisms that are available to them so that they can achieve success? And so that's what I would think about from there.
Can you describe a situation where you approached a condition of underperformance and turned it around? What measures did you use and how did it improve?
Very quickly, you think about these numbers, 1080, 540, 720. Those are the number of days that you have in an elementary school, middle school, and high school. Not a lot of time. And so as a principal or a superintendent, you have to be very careful about not having any of that time wasted. And so underperforming teachers, when I was a principal, I had one who was underperforming. In Montgomery County, we had what was called a PAR process, peer review process for teachers. And so through my observations of the teacher, I was able to put this person into the PAR process, which gave her a consulting teacher who would come in and support her. What I had to be very careful, though, is having it be done in a respectful manner. And letting her know that I believed in her, but that I needed her to understand I cared about the children in my school. And so through that process, she was put into the process panel. The panel came out. They agreed with me that she was underperforming. And then for a year, she was given additional support, and she came out of it in a very successful manner. And then she became successful after that, after that year of support for her. And so I've also had to deal with that at a principal level when I've supervised principals. Again, using that process of going in, observing, evaluating, giving support, telling what support that principal could receive, and then getting the additional of the consulting principal who came in and gave that principal support. She did eventually come out of that need of improvement. It's a arduous process. It takes a lot of effort, but what you have to do, as I said before, is respect and giving them options.
What role does the superintendent play in creating a scholarly culture of learning in a school? And how will this accelerate transformation and improved academic outcomes?
So I have to model, as superintendent, I would have to model that academic excellence, and I would also need to have a vision for where we have to go as a system. So, for example, when I think about how do we raise the bar and lower the gap, when we look at the achievement gap that may be here, how do we raise it from the top, which then, of course, brings everyone up coming forward? How do we provide more opportunities for acceleration and challenge? I know, for example, in Grand Rapids, you have a program right now where you're trying to grow your own teachers. How do we expand that to other programs? So, for example, in Prince George's County, we have a program called the 3D program. The 3D program is students in that program will get a high school diploma, they get their associate's degree, and they automatically are accepted into a specific college for their undergrad degree at the cost of only $10,000 for all 3 degrees. They get their degree in such things as cybersecurity is one of them. And once they're accepted into this 3D program, assuming they continue doing well, they automatically are accepted into the community college and to that college with which we have a partnership. That's a way to expand and look at different ways of increasing achievement within the school district. I have to be able to have that vision of saying that that's possible, and then finding the partners at the community college and the four-year college institutions to make that happen. It's not something that's done easily, but it can be done. Then I also have to find out what are the needs that are here that we are able to meet them. I talk often about the need to survey and to find out what's going on. I don't want to create a program that there's no audience for. Whatever program we are going to create, there has to be an audience and a need. And then having that conversation with the business community, because what we want are our children to graduate here, go to college, and come back into Grand Rapids. Our children to graduate here and go directly into the business world that's here in Grand Rapids. So we want to provide those options for the children, and our community and our businesses have to tell us what it is they need, and then we try to create that environment.
Thank you. What is your perspective on what can be done to improve teaching and learning in urban districts, given the issues that face the district, such as funding, teacher shortages, morale, and student discipline?
And it's interesting, morale is part of that because it looks like Grand Rapids morale was quite good. And so I'd want to build on why it is good. And I think it's good because what I've read is it's the sense of collaboration, the sense of partnering, and the sense of we're in this together. So I'd want to continue working on that. The funding issue is big, as we know. You only get as much money as you can. You have your bond levies, which you've gotten some in the past, but you have to be very careful about. And I think Grand Rapids has been. Your results are quite good, and you're very careful not to put things out there that shouldn't be. But we have to look for other funding resources, such as grants from the federal government and other places. And we also have to see how we're spending our money in a very careful and methodical manner. 80% of your budget, as most school districts, is spent on personnel. And so we have to continue to look at how we're spending that money to support our staff. Staff will feel they're supported is when we give them the things that they need and are in place. This is a quick story. When I was principal, I said to myself, what is it that you want from me? What you want me to buy you, purchase for you? I had some extra funds and all of this, that, and the other, and I thought they were going to ask for the world. They wanted an electric 3-hole punch, and that was it. If I hadn't asked them, that I would not have known. I really thought they wanted a lot more than that. And so that story is to show, but we've got to find out that what they want, it may not always be something expensive, but it may be something that we're able to give. And then there was a question you said about behavior, I think you said, which is, can you?
Right. What can be done to improve teaching and learning in urban districts, although we face issues like funding, teacher shortages, morale, and student discipline?
And so the other, I go back to something I said earlier about building the capacity of staff. It all depends upon where you're from. When I first began teaching, I had a student named Bruce who wasn't doing his work. Come to find out, we found Bruce in the projects where he was living in the laundry room wearing wet underwear because his mother was hiding out from drug dealers. And I, as the teacher, was like, Bruce, why aren't you doing your homework? Well, there's no reason Bruce is going to do his homework. He was doing the laundry for his family. My background did not allow me to have an understanding of that. And so I give you that story for you to understand that we've got to build the capacity of teaching and of our staff for teaching and learning to work with students who are coming from urban backgrounds so that the teachers, have a better understanding of what it's like. When we build our capacity, you have your equity officer in the system. When we use that equity person, we are looking at how are we building capacity for staff to address these concerns. We have to look at the social emotional needs, and we have to look at making sure the resources are there.
I want to follow up, but I got to move on, I guess. What does an effective relationship between the board and superintendent look like? And then how do you cultivate such a relationship?
So other than this quick speed dating that we're going on right now, it becomes really, you give someone the rose at the end and we become married in some ways. And so it is a marriage, and it has to be one where we have common goals. We have to have some common goals. And when we're dealing with a board of 9 people, which is similar to what I had in Montgomery, my current board has 14 people. It becomes, how do we have a consensus as to what our goals are? And then also understanding that not every time will we agree on everything. However, our arguments need to be held behind the scenes, so that when we come out as a unified front. I do not expect that we will, as I said before, we have to come out with the goals of where we're going to go, how we're going to get there. I also have to be very transparent and open with you. It goes back to that sense of trust. There should not be this sort of I have seen, unfortunately, boards that have had their arguments in public settings. I have seen where it has been a divisive board, and that gets the school system nowhere. You all have different ideas. You all represent different constituents. but we all represent the children of Grand Rapids. And so how do we determine what we're going to do going forward? And so very quickly, I'd want to have meetings with each of you. I'd want to have a retreat to determine what we're going to do going forward and coming up with an evaluation process. And then being, as I said, transparent so that you are not caught unaware. What has been the detriment in some situations I've seen in the past is when something happens in a school and you are asked by your constituents and you have no knowledge of it. And that's something that I would not want to ever occur. And so it's an open door policy where we are connected and we have this commonness going forward.
Could you rate yourself from strongest to weakness in the following 4 categories?
Okay.
Finance, curriculum, staff and administration, lastly, community. And tell us why you chose the ranking.
Staff and something you said.
Staff and administration are together.
Thank you.
Community is
And
last.
community. Yep. So community, I'm going to go backward just because I can. Community, I'm 1 to 5. What was the Likert scale?
Strongest to weakest.
Oh, strongest to weakest. Oh. And can all of them be strong if I want them to be?
You get to decide.
Okay. Just want to make sure I'm not putting myself in something I'm not allowed to. So I say I'm quite strong with staff and I can't even read my own writing. Staff, I'm sorry.
Administration.
Staff and administration. I'm very strong with staff and administration. I'd say that my examples, I've hired 20 principals in a 5-year period. I supported principals in that work. I've also mentored many people in their roles. And so I'd say, and I've hired many staff people over time. Community. I'd also say I'm very strong with that. When I was community superintendent, I created a parent advisory group of PTA members. I met with them every month, I'm sorry. I met with them every month, and I wanted to work with them to find out exactly what it is that was happening, going on from that standpoint, and I really say I'm extremely strong there. And my ratings that when I was a principal put me at about 98% of my parents were quite pleased with me. Curriculum. I'm going to put myself strong with curriculum as well because of the work I have done when I was in charge of curriculum in Department of Defense and also in other places. And finances. I have worked with a budget of as much as $1.9 billion. And as low as 1 million. So I've done everything in between. And when I say worked with, when I was with Department of Defense, and that was the 1.9 billion, that's the one that I created. So I'm going to be strong in those areas. Of the 4, I put staff, community at the very top, and I put curriculum and finance right below, just a smidge below.
How have you addressed the achievement gap? Please speak specifically about challenges and progress you made while addressing low student achievement.
Very quickly, achievement gap in my mind is about opportunity gap. Children who are not achieving have not had the same opportunities as others. It doesn't mean they cannot learn. It does mean that they do have that ability to learn and will do well once given the opportunities. So to that end, we want to make sure that we create opportunities within our schools. I mentioned earlier about my work in improving AP and honors level work. I'm not going to talk about that anymore. I've done other work with regards to SAT as well, improving the SAT results of our children and also improving PSAT results at the high school level. At the elementary level, I can talk about the work I did with regard to reading achievement for our K1 and 2 students by the work we did with putting in reading initiative in schools, and then what the results were. There was no achievement gap at the K1 and 2 level when you look at it across the racial and ethnic breakdowns. We were able to do that through having a balanced literacy program that spoke directly to what needed to happen, and then also providing additional resources in the schools to support underachieving children. In everything that's there, it's about, as I said, making sure that they have the opportunities. You need to work on this from birth. And so you need to work in the community. How do we get our children and our families engaged at birth so that when children are coming to school, they are not behind? Children from poverty tend to have a less vocabulary of about 5,000 words than children not from poverty. We've got to address that from birth.
Please describe a situation in which you've maintained enhanced, unique, collaborative partnerships.
When I became Executive Director of Student Services, we had an issue with immunization in Prince George's County. And lo and behold, someone who used to run that, that person left the system and it fell on me to take care of immediately. And so I created a collaborative work group of people from the health profession and also from the county government and from the school system to address the issue of immunization. So from collaboration, I brought in Kaiser, I brought in Care First, I brought in others so that we could do immunization clinics so that families could get their children immunized. We worked with the local press to make that happen. The Department of Health came in and was able to get involved to ensure that they were offering clinics for children. I worked with a nonprofit organization called Maryland Partnership for Prevention. They were able to come in and do immunization clinics that we were having. What I did was I created a cross-functional team of partners to make that happen. I'm doing that now with our community school work. I'm bringing in Boys and Girls Club, United Way. They're on our steering committee to address those issues as well.
For my colleagues here, we're going to jump to number 22,
Yep.
since we're running out of time, and it's a similar question. So, number 20, in researching Grand Rapids Public Schools, what did you learn that stood out to you?
I said this in my opening. One, it's the involvement of the community and also the diversity that's here. It is a vibrant community itself, and I think the school system is as well. What I've learned is that also you created a plan of attack, and I've used that word on purpose, attack, to address your issues of academics. And I think that represented to me a very thought-provoking group of people, people who are very laser focused on what it will take to improve the school district. And so the fact that over time, and it's been a continual improvement. It hasn't been dips and valleys. I think it's over time it's been going up, and that's why that's what was very impressive to me.
Tell us about the most difficult decision you've had to make in your leadership career. What did you take away from that?
Probably my most difficult is when I've had to let someone go, or they had to be. The reason it's when you have to let someone go, why it's so difficult is you are impacting someone professionally and personally. And you have to approach it I talk about respect often, but you have to approach it in a very respectful manner. You have to hopefully create a situation that they can land softly somehow. But you also know it will impact their persona, their belief in themselves. And so, but I also know that in making that decision or those decisions, it was because it was needed. It wasn't something that it was haphazard on my part or willy-nilly on my part. Rather, it was about how to, it was necessary. And but it makes me be a reflective administrator.
All right, sir, can you just tell us describe your experience as an educational advocate at the local, state, and national level?
So I've had opportunities to speak about Title I at the state level when I was a Title I principal and as also when I was a community superintendent. I've been advocating for the work of community schools now in my new role. Recently just wrote testimony to the state legislature involving that area. I've also been involved in my role when I was with the Department of Defense. I was a member of the Chief Council of States Officers because we were considered a chief state officer, and so I did my work with that organization. And then I was also a member of the Commission for Advanced Ed, which does accreditation across the United States and the world because of my role in the Department of Defense. And so as a commissioner, one of the work that I would do is examine accreditations for school districts going forward. So I've had opportunities in all of those areas.
Thank you very much, Dr. Talley. We appreciate your interest in this position. As you know, we will spend our day meeting other candidates, but we have taken a lot of pleasure in meeting you. And we are still encouraging the audience to complete feedback forms and turn them in after each interview. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks.
We'll be back in about 20 after for the next interview.
Okay, I would like to call the meeting back to order. If everyone could be seated, and if there are conversations, if you could carry those out, that would be wonderful. We are going to proceed with our next interview. We have Dr. Devin Horton, and we'd like to welcome him now.
Come on in. Devon Horton, Dr. Devon Horton. From Kentucky.
I'm a fan.
Okay, Mr. Horton, we will be doing a round-robin format, so you'll have the opportunity to speak to each of us. I will get things started off. The first question that we have for you is to give us some background. While we have had the opportunity to review your resume, our audience has not. Would you briefly review your educational background, your employment history, and the demographic of districts that you have worked in?
Certainly. Good morning. First, I want to say thank you for bringing me in. This is an exciting time for me. Well, born and raised in Chicago, Illinois, in the hardened climate of Robert Taylor housing projects. And I always point that out because I realized early in life there were some, in order to break the trend of poverty and the struggle, education was the gatekeeper. And my mom instilled that in me. And so I had an opportunity after going through Chicago Public Schools from kindergarten to 8th grade. I would have been going to Phillips Academy, which is a great story because I ended up being the principal of Phillips when I came back. But I had an opportunity to go to a boarding school. And going to this boarding school, it really changed my life in Indiana. And it was a culture shift. So I went from high poverty, high crime to this prestigious environment. And it was an awakening for me. And education began to shape form as I would go back in the summertime and began to tutor and work with students for a summer job. I knew right away I was going to go into the education field. I knew I wanted to be a teacher. And after that, I ended up going to Jackson State University, to major right in elementary education right out the gate. Finished up there, and I had a choice. I had options to go to California, Texas, Florida, but I decided to go back home to Chicago. And I started teaching in Chicago Public Schools at schools that I love the challenge. Boucher Academy, it was a school in the inner city neighborhood that they call Terrortown. And there can't be anything good coming out of a community called Terrortown. And I did 5 years there. And working there, I realized as a classroom teacher, I had a phenomenal opportunity to change the lives of those 32 students that was in front of me. But I also knew that there were some things that I would have liked to do differently as a classroom teacher that wasn't necessarily happening as a principal. The principal wasn't supporting, so I went back to school and got my master's, ended up going to Chicago State University. And then I went to another school, at first as a teacher, and became the assistant principal. Then this was in Inglewood. And if you know, when you hear the word Inglewood, there's nothing good about an Inglewood when it comes to the challenges. And I love this work. So I ended up being a teacher there and becoming an assistant principal, coached some basketball. I've taught, in my 10 years in the classroom, I've taught PE, PE, science, English, social studies, and people think I'm crazy, but Chicago's set up rather unique, so I had an opportunity to teach all of those subjects. In my first 3 years, I taught all of them, minus PE, because my class was self-contained. Then I ended up going back to school to get my doctorate when I got an opportunity to go to Phillips High School. Phillips High School, if you know Chicago, is one of the most challenging high schools in the state, actually. And we went in as a turnaround team, and I had an opportunity to take the work and lead the change. And now Phillips, it was a level 3 school at the time, which is the lowest rating that you could be. And we were able to transition that school in 4 years to a level 1. And I'm sure throughout this interview, I'll have an opportunity to talk about what happened throughout that process. But in that time, I ended up getting an opportunity to go to, while I was serving as principal, different school districts would come in throughout the country to see what we're doing, because we were making history at Phillips. And East St. Louis came in. And I was kind of intrigued by what I saw with East St. Louis. If you know, I'm sure you've heard the term, East St. Louis is the most dangerous place in America. It has high crime rate, some of the highest poverty rates you'll see, and the school system was, dismally failing. And you would think, why would you go there? Again, this is my passion. So I ended up going to East St. Louis to serve as the deputy superintendent. And in 4 years, did some amazing work. I met some great people. And we did some great things there, and we were able to move the district. And then in my last year of finishing up my doctorate, I had an opportunity to join the Jefferson County Public Schools in Kentucky. They were new superintendent, over 100,000 students, really diverse, very similar to Grand Rapids, diverse school community. They communicated to me why they needed someone it was a position that they were creating, chief of schools. There were 155 different schools that were running 105 different ways. And they needed someone to come in to help organize and bring the cohesiveness and bring the union to the school. And I was able to join that team, and this is where I am now. And I'm really thankful that I did join that team. I had an opportunity. I've learned a lot, and I'll be able to talk today a little bit about some of those things that I picked up. Grand Rapids, why Grand Rapids? It's hard to find an urban district in this country, not just in Michigan, that has reversed enrollment data. That says that something's positive that's happening here. The trend for students and families are starting to come back. That says something. There was a plan that you guys put together back in 2012, and I've seen a lot of strategic plans. I've been a part of it, and the implementation and having it live out is very challenging. Apparently here in Grand Rapids, you guys have been able to make this transformation plan live and strategically with a lot of hard work, with a lot of support from the community, but under the governance and the current leadership team, you guys have done some great work. And why Grand Rapids for me, I feel like my experiences at this time in my career and where Grand Rapids is align perfectly with what I've experienced in my skill set. So this is why I'm interested in coming to join the family of Grand Rapids Public Schools.
All right. Thank you. Teachers have a lot on their plate in teaching the standards. The social, emotional aspects of the student needs are lacking. How would you be a leader in creating change in this area?
Well, I think it starts with supporting the school leaders. Those things that teachers are responsible for, outside of our students, beyond that, the teachers are the greatest asset. And so leaders have to make sure that they have put structures in place and all the resources that's necessary that we can provide so that they can make teaching and supporting students a lot simpler. What do I mean by that? If you build systems in your school, in which I'll talk about a little later, around instruction, and you live by these 5 elements of the 5 essential elements of running a highly effective school, teachers work, they can do the work, they can teach. They can support the social emotional piece. Some things that I would say that we're doing, I know we're doing in Jefferson County next year, we're gonna be adding a mental health counselor to every single school. That is a huge piece. Now, of course, you have to be strategic in how you do that, but that is some of the things when teachers have to be an academic guru and this social emotional guru as well. It has its challenges, and so we have to give our schools and our teachers the right supports out the gate.
Thank you.
All right. Parents in urban districts often face many barriers when it comes to being engaged in their children's school. How would you address this?
So parents? Yes. So when I spoke about those 5 essential elements of highly effective school, one of those elements is a strong family and community engagement structure. So number 1, we have to make sure that the schools and the staff are respecting all parents and treating them as thought partners in the work. And going back to question 1, when teachers are feeling overwhelmed, oftentimes because in many cases they feel alone and they're in it by themselves. So our structure and our process will be to support teachers and also leaders so that they can include parents in the decision making for their students from kindergarten all the way through. It says a lot about what happens with students when they go from elementary to that middle school, and then the parent participation rate begins to decline. We have to find ways to continue to engage parents throughout the entire time. The other part is I know you guys have a parent university. I think that is huge. I was able to build one in East St. Louis. And that parent university gives you opportunity to do a lot of supports, a lot of outreach, some things that I would love to put in place to include parents. Parents work, we understand that. I think there's opportunities when we're doing parent-teacher conferences or events that we can give our teachers the resources so that they can actually do maybe some FaceTime calls. Maybe they're not going to be able to make a parent-teacher conference, but they want to be there so that they can talk to the child's teacher about what's happening in the classroom. The other side of that is that we have to continue to treat, when we're reaching out to our parents, we have to treat our students as an asset 100% of the time. The communications cannot always be, well, Devon didn't do his homework. Devon was acting up in class. There has to be a call. Well, Devon came in and I saw him help get these students in order and they were in line. I just want to call and tell you that thank you for that. Those little calls right there, it does something to parents. I'm getting ready to take a course online through edX. With Dr. Mapp out of Harvard University. It's free. If you guys haven't tried it, if you're not aware, look up edX. You can take a lot of classes for free on there through Harvard and Yale and all of that. But a lot of her research is grounded in connecting. You're not going to find a successful school where you don't have strong parent and family engagement.
Outside of the courses required by the Michigan Merit Curriculum, which classes, experiences, and supports do you believe are essential to the education of Grand Rapids students?
I think there's the first I'll start with what we're doing in Louisville. I walked into this, so I can't take credit for it, but I'm a part of it now. We have what we call the Academies of Louisville. So I'm started with the high school end. Every single career pathway program is partnered with a business in the community. So GE, UPS, some of the other big industries, every single pathway we had, and Grand Rapids has a lot of strong businesses in the area, and I think that every pathway that we connect, there needs to be some form of business partner. And we can no longer just say it's college or career, it needs to be college and career opportunities. So just because you're taking a career path through a CTE program, that doesn't mean that you're not going to go to college. It doesn't mean if your goal is to go to college that you don't need training to go into a field of a career. It gives you these opportunities. But other classes that should be living across the district would be, I think, leadership. And part of the formula for me helping to lead the turnaround of Phillips Academy in Chicago, we created a leadership culture, a leadership curriculum. Freshman year, students were learning about themselves. We know as ninth graders, you really don't know who you are. You're trying to identify that. Learn about the history of the school. It's important to know that Phillips was the first historic, predominantly African-American high school in the city of Chicago. That's important to know, right? So we built a curriculum for that. Second year, you learn about responsibility. What does that look like? We gave students opportunities to work in the cafeteria, library, different duties throughout the building, and it was built in the curriculum. The second piece, in your junior year, you learn about how to lead individuals. I don't care what role you play, from cafeteria worker to principal, we all have a leadership responsibility. And teaching our students what that means and how to do that is important. And at fourth year, you learn how to use systems. We were so successful with that in Phillips Academy that we were able to partner with AT&T, and they gave us a $300,000 grant, and we create these affinity organizations. They're still doing this now in Phillips, and I've been gone 5 years. So I think those are some of the things we want to make sure students understand about the leadership role. There's some social emotional supports that we need to put in place to get students to understand, how they're feeling and be able to express, when things are not going well. Who to help, who's going to help them, and how to respond. Those are important. But I would say for younger students, I think you guys have it here, introducing them to foreign languages at an early age. Before I moved out of Chicago, my daughter, she was taking Spanish in first grade. I thought that was huge. I would say it's important that we do that for all students. And then there's some other elements that you have to take into consideration when you're selecting these courses. But I think there's an opportunity here in Grand Rapids because this is a very unique district. You have theme schools. I mean, it's not you just can't open up the website to Grand Rapids and say, I figured it out. You have to dig in and really understand. And then you have that aha moment to say, wow, they have built a school system that's really unique and it's personalized for those students. And I would want to continue to do that.
All right, Dr. Horton, tell us, what do you look for in hiring leaders for specialized school programs such as Montessori, IB, dual language immersion, or career-focused academies?
That's a great question. We're kind of dealing with that now in Jefferson County. I think it's important when you're going to put a leader in a school that's leading Montessori, IB, that the leader has some experience of what that is, or what that looks like, and what is Montessori. Ideally, if you can find a highly effective former Montessori instructional leader to lead your schools, that would be great. But we know we don't always have that. Something that that we've been toying with, and we're getting ready to push all the way through, is that there's what you call micro-credentialing. So when you if you don't have a teacher, or potential leader I'm gonna own in on Montessori, that don't have Montessori training, we can work with a company or an organization to make it any leader that we hire to support them and get them micro-credential and Montessori. What is micro-credentialing? It'll be something that's unique for Grand Rapids, where every Montessori or every IB principal and assistant principal that's going to lead up one of our campuses will have to go through this training that's online, and then they get credentialed. And it's not credentialed by us. There's an outside entity that offer rigorous support, and those courses are about $3,500, and we find ways to pay for that for our leaders. So, and the other elements of this, there are some grounded principles that every single leader needs to have, regardless they're leading a theme school or a traditional, and we want to make sure that they have it. And I believe you guys have a principal pipeline. I don't know if it's required to go through the principal pipeline to be a leader, but if it's not, we would work with, I believe it's important that we structure that so that we can show that every leader that's leading our school have these basic competencies to be highly effective.
Good morning.
Morning.
How would you balance and support a portfolio of neighborhood and theme and specialized schools?
So that's a loaded question. In my current role, I am responsible for, we have a student assignment plan that we are redesigning. And if you know anything about student assignment, it can be very tricky and dangerous to some degree. So when you talk about that portfolio, I think it starts with what the community's asking for. So there should be by the time you get to this point, we should be doing some sort of collective focus groups, surveys around what the community feels that they would like to offer their students, number one. The other point is that as you're creating and having these portfolios of these different schools, there has to be a process in which you are assessing or evaluating to some degree the effectiveness of the schools. Currently, we have 66 magnet programs in Jefferson County Public Schools. And of course, there's 101,000 students. But we are we're taking them through this evaluation where we have some programs that are not necessarily getting it done. So we're going to look at it from three ways. We're going to say, okay, you're doing what you say you're going to offer, right? So we're going to continue to support that. Secondly, you're not necessarily implementing the program with fidelity, and you're trying, and we're going to give you the resources to do that. And the third one is you're on a probationary status as far as being able to offer these programs because you're not even attempting to offer that. So we will give you support all the way through, and there's no 1 year we're going to remove. No, it's about supporting and looking at the effort of that team that's leading that school. So that portfolio work is it's a process to be able to identify, measure, and support all the way through. So I think that is something that I have some ideas later that I would like to share about how to do it a little differently.
Okay. How will you ensure equitable access to resources in a financially constrained district, including regularly updating curriculum and technology?
Yeah, so I think there's when you're looking at your schools, if I'm not mistaken, I've identified and looking at the grades of the schools, about maybe 6 or 7 schools, but 2 for sure that are in priority status, and about maybe 4 or 5 that's in the focus status. What we're doing in my current district, and also what I've done in my district, in the district in East St. Louis, we designed these transformation zones. And what these transformation zones allow you to do, it allows you to create some revenue and resources that would go specifically to these schools that are struggling, that may not necessarily where they need to be at this point. The other part to that, before we go into dollars, it's important that the human capital in every single one of our schools, that they are highly supported, highly skilled, and again, some cohesiveness around expectation of what makes highly effective schools, like those 5 essential elements of highly effective school. We continue to support that from the central office level. And how do we make sure that we have curriculum and budget alignment? In my current district, we had some new initiatives that were huge. We created a racial equity plan. We have Backpack of Success Skills, which I'll talk about a little bit later, and we're heavy on culture and climate. So we have been sending our our central office teams into the campuses with to go in and to support and to have our school principals provide evidence of implementation of what we're expecting. They do this in September, and we do it in January. The team goes in, they give them this feedback, and then what they receive in each one of the areas, they receive feedback on powerful practices that's happening in the school, areas for opportunities for growth, and then recommended or required changes that needs to happen immediately to certain areas. And we don't have a lot of the recommended, but the opportunities for growth is what we've been living. And what we found is that schools have been really responsive to this process because they have what we're saying. Here's what needs to happen in the schools. Here's what we all agreed on. Here's our feedback on where you are with this. And here's the resources that we're going to give you, and let's make it happen. So we've been able to do that. We all know that it takes more dollars to educate or to improve certain populations of students. I'll say that. And we just have to be strategic and smart about how we maneuver and provide resources to those populations and to those schools across the district. And that's a heavy lift. But being strategic about that, you can definitely make it happen.
Can you tell us how you're going to navigate management change and develop your team in the first year of serving in a new position?
Absolutely. I understand coming into a situation like Grand Rapids, there's been some success. So there's no coming in and just let's strip things down and redo this. It's really, I want to get to know the individuals. I want to know the team. I want to know the stakeholders. One thing I'm big on is I think in order to get feedback, and we're currently ready to work on this in my current district, and we did it in East St. Louis as well. We do these surveys. It's an organization the acronym CALL, CALL. We sent out the surveys to staff. And the surveys, it's not general for an individual person in central office. It just, there are questions that are asked to our staff and to our teachers and our administrators, where they're able to give feedback to us in central office. And we're able to take this, and for the change management, I would love to get this survey out, have this sit down with our teams where we'll be able to dive into what's been working because we can speak all day about data and say this has been great, but how are people feeling? Let's hear about that. Let's look at this. Let's look at the qualitative side of it, and then we can design plans of attack. Some things that I do with the team out the gate, I really want to hear. I love to hear their voice and the story. I like the story. How did Grand Rapids get to where you are right now? How have you been able to reverse enrollment trend data? How have you been able to continue over the last few years to increase your graduation rate? Tell me the story. So each one of the leaders on a cabinet level and at the district level, they've all had a role in that, whether it was direct or indirect. And I would like to know what was the role, because there are some things that we want to continue to do. And there are some other things that we will want to enhance so that we can improve and increase the outcomes for graduation rates. And also attendance rates and things of that nature. So that's it. The change management it's strategic, but it's also the other thing, because it's ongoing. It's not a one-time thing. It's an ongoing process. So the other part would be weekly reflections from cabinet to myself, where they'll tell me it's a nice sized district. So things that are happening unique in their areas, they'll share that. I'll give feedback weekly to them. And then I'll also be sharing some things with the board, which I'm sure that question will come up with you guys, so I won't go too far into that. All right.
Tell us about your experience with teachers' unions. Have you been a member? Have you bargained with unions? And lastly, how would you proceed with bargaining with our labor groups?
Yes, I've been a part of a union in Chicago. I was a teacher, and I was in the Chicago Teachers Union. And actually, in my second year, I ran for the teacher for the union rep. I didn't get it, but I wasn't ready. Now that I know, when I look back on it, but the unions, they're valuable. The teachers union, in the end, we all are in this for changing outcomes for kids. That's a no-brainer, and I do understand over time, we get burnt out, we don't feel supported, and then we sometimes end up not necessarily keeping our eye on the prize. So with the union, from my experience, we meet with the union every 2 weeks. In my current district, we meet with the president. We share things that's coming down the pipeline, and also issues that may have come up, and the union president does the same thing with us. In East St. Louis, we met with the union team monthly. Very similar structure. We shared what was happening with that. And every advisory committee that we create, we work with our union to have representation. And a lot of times we try to have a balance of administration and union representation when we're making decisions. Like one that I'm currently leading right now is the build out of, which I'll talk about, is System 6, which is the teacher walkthrough support system that we have, that I've been leading in Louisville, in JCPS. And we have union representation there. And there's some really deep, rich conversations about that. As far as negotiations, I've been a part of 2 negotiations for teacher contracts. The first one in East St. Louis, I'm just being very honest, it was challenging, that first round of being a part of that. But we were able to come to an agreement after a really rough road to get there. I was new at central office at that time, and then the second go around, I was able to be a part of that. And what I know about negotiations, it's really about let's find best ways to to pay respect to some degree to our teachers, and let's give them what they need. And I believe teachers should be compensated better than in most places. And it's not the budget doesn't always allow that to happen, but I understand the battle of trying to do that. Something that we're currently dealing with in JCPS that has been eye-opening for me. There's some legislation that they're trying to pass in Kentucky that was not necessarily to the best. That wasn't benefiting teachers, and teachers did sick outs, and we had to shut down school for 5 different days over the last 2 weeks in Jefferson County. And one thing I can say that the superintendent, Dr. Polio, was able to do, he worked with the union and did an agreement where he would allow them each school to send 3 to Frankfurt to protest. It worked some days it didn't, but he did extend an olive branch to show that he was supporting and he was behind that work. And there's a I don't want to call it a thin line, but it can be tough when working with tight resources and the needs and also what teachers have earned. So I understand the dynamics of that.
Please explain your experience in addressing behavior, attendance, and academic achievement.
All right. Do I get more time on this one? So I'll start with academics. So I've done a few things, and I'm a part of some other work. So in JCPS right now, when I came in, one of my primary responsibilities was to identify what does a strong instructional culture look like. So working with my team, I have 6 assistant superintendents and 6 executive administrators. We built what we call these six systems of highly effective instructional systems in your school. System 1, making sure that all lesson plans, all instruction, all skill development is grounded in standards, right? Making sure teachers have to know what the standards are, right? We have to support that, and they have to also understand how to deconstruct standards and design lessons that will get the outcomes that's expected and that's needed for our students to be successful at the next level. The second system we built was a system around data. Every school has to have, and this is in JCPS now, every school has to build a system of how they look at data from an academic lens and also from in other areas as well on an ongoing, consistent basis, preferably weekly, is how we've designed it. So we have 155 schools that have now built these data systems in their building of how they're analyzing data. The third system was around instructional practice, writing high-yielding lesson plans, right? How do you build that? We've created instructional framework because in Kentucky, every single school can write their own curriculum. So we can't control curriculum. So there are 155 different schools writing 105 different curriculums. So we have to lock in on the instructional framework itself for what are high-yielding instructional practice for math, high-yield instruction for reading, and so on and so forth. So that's system 3. System 4 is progress monitoring. We know and I'm sure, yes, there's overrepresentation of certain populations of students in special education. But if you're progress monitoring effectively with the right structures and looking at student work and following the student work protocol, you don't have the overrepresentation. You can identify other areas to support those students. The 5th one, which is it's double split, it's academic and behavior intervention. Every single school has to create a strong behavior support system in their schools that they will follow, along with the academic intervention support, like building both academic and behavior supports. What does that look like? Every single school has to have that. And the last one was System 6, which I mentioned earlier, the walkthrough. How do you improve teacher practice? Administrators have to know what they're doing. Administrators have to be in classrooms, not from an evaluative lens, but from a support perspective. You have to say, there's a structure. You go in, there's feedback, right, that you give on that. I think of it as like a basketball game. In the middle of a game, you're getting feedback from a coach. He's going to tell you, box out, close out the shooter. You're going to get those things. But then on the coaching side, what you will get, you're going to get the sit down. That's the practice. Those are the one-on-ones when you're coming in to work on your skills and your development. The same process has to happen for our teachers in order to stay ahead. And understanding this, not every teacher is at the same place. So one of the things we're working with the union on and building a system is that we have an overarching, like a diagnostic type of setup where everyone goes in and you see what's what, and you give this feedback. And then there's the deeper dives for those teachers that are on the other end that are delivering deeper learning, that are like highly skilled. And then on the lower end, teachers that are maybe novice or just need more development, and how do we support them? So that's the system works. For attendance, what we've noticed with attendance, oftentimes we target students when we're trying to support schools and individual students. We look at the ones who've missed 25, 30 days. But there's a lot of research out that says any student that has missed 6 days or more, they lose out academically. So what we've started to do is to support our principals with identifying those students who are missing maybe 1 day a month, 2 days a month, in addition to the students who are far out there, and finding ways to support. But I go back to something that we are talking about, and think about the letters that parents receive when students are absent. If you look at the reading level of what these letters that go out, they're really, really intense and really high level, really rigorous. And it's more like a punishment. Like, you need to get your get your child in school. But something that we're talking about doing, and it's research based. A group of gentlemen out of Harvard, they have an organization. It's called In School Today. And what they do, they send out, they create these letters. It's written where it's a lot more comfortable. But then they also put on there, Devon Horton, your son, your daughter has missed 6 days of school. His classmates are averaging 2 days absence. What the research also shows, most parents for students who are missing a lot of days, are not even aware. They may have missed 20 days and think their kid been out 11. So bringing awareness to the parents consistently and being support, and without making principals and adding positions to go, knock on doors. Those are things that we can do internally without increasing the cost for supporting that. So that's academic, attendance, behavior. So in East St. Louis, I'll start there, and I'll try to move it quickly. I said I needed more time for this one. When I went into East St. Louis, the suspension rate was 32% suspension rate. Coming out of Chicago, I was not a fan of restorative. I used to say, the restorative not for me, and we don't need that at Phillips. But when I moved into central office, I realized that, wait a minute, we're not equipping our leaders and our teachers with the tools to be effective to support them with the behavior. So one of my projects for my dissertation, I was able to implement restorative across the entire district. And in the one semester, when we first pushed it in, we only identified about 15 individuals, and they were representative of schools. And so they started we got them trained by the organization out of Pennsylvania. They came in, we got them trained. They came in and they started doing a little bit of some restorative sessions in their schools. And I would they would write these narratives about what happened in their schools. And I would send this out to the campuses and say, congratulations, let's look at how restorative is working in your schools. And so I started getting some good responses. And then quickly, we end up going district-wide, implementing restorative. And so restorative, our suspension rates went from 32% in my first year there to 15% right when I left. It wasn't that we just stopped suspending kids. We started really trying to dig in and get a better understanding of what's happening and what's beneath the waterline of our students.
I'll give you a minute to breathe.
You're racing that one.
All right.
I'm ready.
Great energy. What factors and data do you consider when recommending adoption of a new curriculum?
It has to do a couple of things. New curriculum, it has to align with what our students are going to be expected to know at the end. So we're looking at state assessments to see what our students, what's expected for them to know from the standards. And that's not a decision that I make by myself. We have a curriculum advisory committee. The curriculum advisory committee would have the individuals who's moving the product to come in to share with us the uniqueness of the curriculum and see how it correlates with what our students are expected to know. And it's a process. You have a lot of people pushing curriculum and they'll stamp Common Core on it, and then you really have to have the experts. I believe the experts in your district, you have central office individuals and people at the building level who are experts in identifying highly effective curriculum. So that is one. The other thing, as you're bringing curriculum in, it's important that you also have a process for evaluating. So every consultant, every curriculum adoption, any program needs to be evaluated within a 3 to 5 year cycle to see if it's effective, and we make decisions based on that.
Thank you.
All right, here's that question. Tell us about a time in your career or life where you had a misstep. What did you do to address it, and what was the takeaway?
Misstep. I would say it was a challenging incident that we had. It ended up working out okay. Is that we had all of the kindergarten students in East St. Louis were staffed in one building. And we were looking at their data. We take MAP, in NWA. I don't know if you guys would take MAP here, so that's great. So we were looking at the data of our kindergartens, and it wasn't going so well. But we also knew that we had efficiency usage issues at our middle schools. So we had 2 middle schools that were probably at 54%, 55% use. So we decided to, one of the things I was responsible for doing was we moved our 5th graders out of elementary campuses and moved them to our middle schools, and moving our kindergarten students over to our elementary. That process, we took a lot of heat because they felt that we rushed it and we didn't get a lot of community input. We kind of spoke to the community without necessarily getting their voice and how they felt. And so if we were to have to do that again on the front end, we're going to get community conversation, and it won't just be a last minute piece. It will be a process. Once we notice the data, we will start the conversations with the community and stakeholders to let them know here's what we're facing. And just even taking in some suggestions, because you probably would have gotten it from a community member or some community members to say, let's transition. So that is something that I would say was a time where I would do it a little differently.
What role does language diversity and cultural competence play in the education of students? What strategies would you implement to equalize educational outcomes for different segments of the urban student population?
Well, I would say there's a couple of things I'm going to say that's important when we talk about these. What you will hear when you hear achievement gap, you hear someone say there's an opportunity gap. But there's also another level, another layer, and another layer is there's an expectation gap for many. And I am guilty of that myself as an African American male. I have implicit biases. So something that we're doing in our district right now, we're taking all of our staff through implicit bias training. We all have them, and we're not always aware. There are some of us who have them, but we're more aware of where we are. And so I would say when we're talking about the cultural competence piece, when we're designing curriculum, there is an element in which you must take the culture of the students and the population into consideration when you're designing curriculum, right? There are also some other things that we feel that's important to do is that there has to be ongoing support for teachers, administrators in the campus, and even our support staff, so that they can become a lot more familiar with the challenges of what our students are facing. So we do something in Jefferson County. We did a district-wide book study, and this one one of them we did was called Blackmailed. So all of our administrators had to read this, and we did feedback sessions. Some other things that I would love to see happen here, and I can say joining JCPS has really been a blessing for me to pick up and learn a lot of these things. We also do these equity institutes where we bring in different professionals that's local, not necessarily from Chicago or wherever, but we will bring them in. We have them here in Grand Rapids. We bring them in, and we have we set up a time where our teachers, principals go in, and we learn more about they share the dynamics and research of what these cultural differences are, and just continue to work on that expectation gap for our teachers and our leaders. We all have them, and that's where we live. And then culturally, going back to you heard me speak about micro-credentialing earlier. I would love to be in a situation where our instructional coaches and maybe teachers as well, if we have the dollars for it, to become micro-credential in culturally responsive teaching. That is a micro-credential that we can say in Grand Rapids Public Schools that all of our teachers, and it will not be done at one time. We'll take a cycle where we get them trained get micro-credential, not just trained, but over the course of the time of that training or that PD, where they will actually can say you're certified Grand Rapids style for culturally responsive teaching. So that is how I would address that. I hope I answered the question. Okay.
Okay, can you describe a situation where you approached a condition of underperformance and turned it around? What measures did you use, and how did it improve?
Yes. So you heard me speak about earlier. I'll try to do this quickly. You heard me speak about, we did these, what we call these CCVs, where we took the teams and we went into the schools and we looked at what students were doing around what the schools were supporting around racial equity, the backpack of success skills, which I'm going to talk about that now. And what the backpack of success skills are, I walked into this and it's an amazing concept and it's an amazing process and we're yielding some unbelievable results. So the backpack of success skills is this: beyond ELA and math and social studies and science, those are skills that you have to know, right? But we all are sitting in this room and we've been successful in our lives because we have these other skills around being cultural, being a global and competent citizen, being innovative in our thinking, or in the way, if you think about your lives and your careers, being an effective collaborator, an effective communicator. We've done these things. So imagine with 101,000 students, we have every single student, when they're over the course of a year, they have to upload an evidence into their backpack. We've partnered with Google, Google EDU, and Google EDU have created, when you go into your Gmail account, you'll see this little waffle, and you can click on the waffle and the emblem of a backpack comes up. Students are responsible for uploading evidence, and it's not just an assignment that you do in class, but it's over time that you create this project, you upload, and then it's tagged by one of these competencies those 5 that I described to you. And then when you're described, and then after that, at the 5th grade, 8th grade, and 12th grade, you do a defense. And the defense includes, there's a community panel that comes in. We invite community members to come in, and the students defend their learning in front of this panel. Board members have been a part of that, myself and different team members. And then our students are basically thinking about performance assessment versus just coming up with some test results. And what are the results from that? When we took our map in the fall and we took it in the winter of this year, the turnaround, we had the highest growth of any district in the nation in ELA and math with map just this past fall. So that is some of the turnaround work. Turnaround work is not always the heavy. It's about being strategic and building systems.
What role does the superintendent play in creating a scholarly culture of learning in a school? And how will this accelerate transformation and improved academic outcomes?
Got a good one for this one. So what we currently do now, I started out, I just had my assistant superintendents coming in. We were looking at some key data metrics around attendance, behavior, culture surveys, map performance, referrals for discipline and suspension. And the superintendent ended up growing this, and this is what I would like to do here, where we took our schools that's in that AIS, our most challenging schools. We bring the principal into our team, and the superintendent sits down with us, and we go through their data with the principal in the room. And when I tell you, it's one of the most powerful practices that you will ever see. It's amazing, and I would love to do the same thing. It's nothing like having a superintendent roll their sleeves up and get in a room and be in that battle with you and being support, but also challenging your thinking. And it's not just about what the principal's not doing. It's not about that. We have the ELA person in there, math, attendance. We have them all in there, and we're asking, how are you? If we see attendance issues in a school, we're going to ask the attendance person that's on that central office base, what are you doing to support this school? And how can we improve? So how do you pass that transformation as a leader? You have to get in the trenches. You just can't be behind a podium talking. You have to get into the work. And some of the other things that we have been doing is coming to instructional cabinet meetings and being engaged with conversations around curriculum. That's important. Advocating for the equity work, the racial equity work that we're doing in the district, in a public setting, like that's the transformation part. When you have a leader who's going to step in and be a part of that work and walk it with you, you can't help but to get behind it. It's very hard to not move forward when you see the superintendent in the trenches doing the work. Okay.
What is your perspective on what can be done to improve teaching and learning in urban districts, given the issues that we face with funding, teacher shortages, morale, and student discipline?
All right. So there's I was able to, in Chicago, I was a part of a teacher residency. I was able to house one at Phillips Academy. After we turned the school around, we ended up having a teacher residency in our building, and I built one in East St. Louis. I know you're thinking, what is a teacher residency? Teacher residency is this. There are many individuals that are career changers, right? I love the idea and the concept of building teachers from their freshman and sophomore year in high school. That is important. But we all know that we won't have those teachers in front of us for another 7 to 8 years. So the teacher residency is designed this way. We are partnered with the local university. We partner with a third entity. In my case, we partner with AUSL, that's the Academy for Urban School Leadership in the district, and then we design a curriculum where the people who desire to be teachers can earn their master's in 1 year. And here's the great part about it. We're not just saying it's an alternative program where you go take classes and you're good. No, it's this. We recruit, right? Individuals who went into other professions. It could be math, it could be an accountant, it could be whatever difference. We recruit them. They apply. In East St. Louis, we had only 16 slots. We had 95 people apply for the position. The only requirement is that you have to have a bachelor's. So we bring you in, we take you through this rigorous process of interviewing, because we're not just taking anyone. The teaching field is important. Just because you got a 29 on ACT does not mean that you're going to make the best teacher. And just because you care about kids don't mean you're going to make the best teacher. So there's a process that we take you through. We identify them. And I wrote a grant for the U.S. Department of Ed and got $7 million to build this teacher residency out in East St. Louis. And these individuals start, and we identify schools that have would have great leadership, right? Strong leadership and a strong culture. And then you place these residents in the school with some of your most effective teachers. And they spend their entire year. They take classes starting in June at the local college. They take classes starting in June. And then when school starts in August, they are in the classroom with the teacher, learning, training, boots on the ground for the full year. And we pay them a stipend of $30,000. And then what we do when the springtime came around, we do this process where we have vacancies in your schools. You come and you observe these residents in action, and then we create this list of high priority, and we strategically place our schools. The reason I'm advocating for the teacher residency and why it was so powerful is that Phillips Academy, 60% in my first year there were teacher residents. And we were able to move that school from a level 3 to a level 1. But it's all about how you build that program and how you design it. So that's one. The other piece is retaining our talent and our teachers that we have. We have to do what we can in order to keep teachers in. And it's not always necessarily dollars. We can work with local businesses or local banks to say, if a teacher, and this is an idea, if a teacher reaches 5 years and they're highly effective, will a bank be willing to give them some kind of, and we can just talk to the community and meet with them, some kind of great interest rate on a home refi or something unique that would help them. Home Depot, would they be willing to dip in and give that? I had lost my passion about community supporting when I was in my last district, because it was very challenging. But in Louisville, it has reignited my fire. They are in. And I believe Grand Rapids is very similar. We can get our community and businesses to jump in to support how to really enhance opportunities to retain teachers as well.
Thank you. We're definitely different from Chicago. We're elected officials. What does an effective relationship between the board and superintendent look like? And how do you cultivate such a relationship?
It starts with a C word in any relationship, and that's communication. So number one, I think it's important that early on that we sit down and we go over, we talk about your vision and your expectations, and I share some things that I can see, that I see different, being a fresh set of eyes, right, to do that, and things that we need to accomplish. But then when the work starts, there has to be frequent communication. So an example being weekly, I'm going to send, I'll send an email communicating to you guys what's on the radar for the week. All the time, like every Sunday, I'm sending you this. On Fridays, you're getting your board packets of things that may make the news, and anything that's really excessive, I'm calling you personally to tell you that this may be coming down the pipeline. I also think it's important, something that I see that happens in my current district, that my schedule, like you need to know where I'm at. So I would share with you every Sunday in that email my schedule for the week, whether I'm meeting with community members, whether I'm at a school, whether we're part of a CCV, whatever it may be. I will share that with you and communicate. The other part is there has to be times where when we have one-on-ones to some degree to talk about, because you guys are representing different constituents. A lot of and there's some uniqueness to the areas that you're in, and we want to. And me being the central person to bring it all together, I need to know what are some of these things that are out there that's happening, positive or negative. We need to know. So I think to sum it up, there has to be a clear line of communication between the superintendent and the board, and we have to publicly always support each other. That is important. We can't look divided. I can't say, well, the board wanted to didn't want to give you a raise, or I can't do that. Here's what we decided, and that's important. We have to be one voice and look in unison at all times. And behind closed doors, it may be a little tough from time to time. That's the reality of relationships. And and everything is always peachy, that's a concern, right? I can tell you now, I'm not a yes man, but I'm not controversial at all. I listen very well and I engage. So, right.
Okay. This one's kind of loaded. Rate yourself from strongest to weakness in the following 4 categories: finance, curriculum, staff and administration, and lastly, community. And then tell us why you chose the ranking.
Okay. I'll start with staffing and administration. I'm strong. I would say that's probably tied for my greatest strength. It's in the end, if you want to move the needle and you want students to have better outcomes, teachers and administrators have to be supported. They have to be resourced, and we all of us have to be we have to be accountable. Accountability is a strength of mine, and accountability happens through building systems, right? You can't hold anyone accountable if you don't have a way to measure the accountability, right? So that's for one. Curriculum. I have led curriculum for the last 2 years in East St. Louis. And then also being in Chicago, you run your own curriculum. So I'm a curriculum guy. I've been trained by CMSI to actually do curriculum audits. Now, I haven't done one yet, but I have been very deep into what are best practices when designing highly effective curriculum. And then I'll go into community. I do a great job with working with the community. It's definitely not a weakness of mine. It is. I would say finance and community support will be very close. I just have not had a ton of opportunities to do anything at the high level of community when I was serving in the role of deputy superintendent and chief of schools. While I participate in a lot of community activities, it just hasn't been something that I led. Now, in East St. Louis, we have once a month, or quarterly, we have community forums where the community come in, and I have a big segment of that where I would share what's happening in our respective departments in the district. And when I was serving as principal, my best community work, we had opportunities where we worked with different organizations. One organization, Bikes for Us, we were able to donate 500 bikes to our feeder schools through the affinity groups that I spoke about through where we got the AT&T grant. So we had those individuals come in on a Saturday, and we had training kids how to ride bikes, put on helmets, using the proper signals, and we gave away 500 bikes with no cost to our school. So the community piece, I'm there. And I also know the importance of the community. It can't be our decision. It's by ourselves. It's all of us in decision making. And then the finance, while Jefferson County has a $1.7 billion budget, mine is only a portion of that. And so I'm responsible for 155 schools and making sure that they have the resources. And then I'm responsible for those 36 to get those additional dollars. As there was a question that was asked earlier of how we support the more challenging schools and advocating resources and funding for that. There were 36 campuses that I had to sit down, just recently finished that up, and giving some other supports to them, and also to the central office team. So that is I would say, where I am. So I wouldn't say not a weakness, but more so not as much opportunity as the other two.
How have you addressed the achievement gap Please speak specifically about challenges and progress you made while addressing low student achievement.
Good. This will be quick because I started this one out when we spoke about we were going in to do those. We implemented the racial equity policy, and then every school had to have an equity plan, and these equity plans had to cover a gamut of everything from curriculum to special education placement, suspension, data, the whole nine. And by us creating these equity plans, many of our principals restructured how they were some of their curriculum offerings, and then also reassessing, not necessarily looking at just raw test data. And so in our second distribution of that map that we talked about, where we had the greatest growth in the country, we also had in our in our high schools, our African American students were outgrowing their counterparts. I have never seen data like that before. And the reason that was happening, it was intentional. Our Hispanic population was matching our white students. That doesn't happen. That doesn't happen by accident. That happens because it has to be intentional. So when you build every school having an equity plan, we go in and we support and we look at what changes are you making to your day-to-day operations and your practice. And the other piece that we've done, we've decreased suspension rates across the district, we've also decreased suspension rates for African American and our Hispanic students, as well as our special education population. So this is all happening like right now. And there's an article that's in the Courier Journal, and it talks about the decline in our suspension rates. You can find it online and how we've decreased that. But also there's an article about our growth on MAP being one of the highest growth in the nation. You can find that online as well. But it has to be intentional. There's a lot of talk above the water, but there has to be work that goes into that. And what human behaviors are we changing when we're pushing out support for schools?
Please describe a situation in which you've maintained and enhanced unique collaborative partnerships.
Yep. So the one that's really big for us is, I'll do two quick ones. We have the Academies of Louisville, one partnership where prior to me coming, they had 35 businesses partnering with our career pathways. In less than a year, our team, we have now over 100 business partnerships with our career pathways. Every career pathway in JCPS is partnered with a business partner. And so I'll be speaking in April. I think it's April at the Academies of Louisville monthly session about the work, and it's exciting to see that we have students who didn't really see themselves beyond high school, who are excited about life and opportunity. So we have that. That's one. The other one is that we have, and I love what's going on here, but in partnership with Southwestern Illinois College in East St. Louis. East St. Louis, we didn't have all other schools in the area were participating in this program called Running Start. And Running Start is very similar to something that you guys have. Students at the end of their sophomore year, going into their junior year, they get accepted into the community college. They spend their 2 years at the community college and they graduate with an associate's degree. That wasn't happening in East St. Louis. So I was able to partner with the university or with the college, and we now have students who are graduating in 2 years in East St. Louis with an associate's degree and going off to a 4-year institution and being pretty successful. So those are two examples of partnerships that I've had.
For my colleagues' sake, we are jumping to question number 23 because the other two were addressed. So tell us about the most difficult decision you've made in your leadership career, and what did you take away from that?
Well, there was when I was serving as principal in Phillips Academy, part of the work that we did, we had a school improvement grant. We were in the first cohort when they started doing SIG. And so the first 3 years were amazing. You know, we were like a guinea pig, and the way it's done now, it's quite different. But when the money ended in year 3, it ended. And so I had to evaluate every single staff, not beyond just a formal evaluation, but their impact on the school. And in that year, and then on top of that, the district cut. We ended up losing about another $800,000 because we were declining enrollment for the future for next year. And I had to, it was 43 staff members, teachers and staff that I had to cut. It was a very difficult decision. And we had to use a strategy where we looked at impact, and we kept away from classrooms mostly. We were able to really stay away from the classroom impact. But really, though, when you run a highly effective school, you don't have people in the buildings that's not valuable. Every single person is valuable. And so we had to cut some coaches, academic coaches. We had to cut some paraprofessionals. It was really challenging because they had worked so hard. Fortunately, we were able to find them all jobs in some of our other schools. But that was a really tough call for me because we had built relationships. And to be honest, our school, we wouldn't have reached level 1 without that support. So that was a really challenging time for me.
Describe your experience as an educational advocate at the local, state, or national level.
All right. So in Illinois, I had some great opportunities. So one of the first one is that I had an opportunity to be a part of. I was one of 7 selected in the state to evaluate. I don't know why I signed up for this in my first year working as assistant supervisor in East St. Louis, but to evaluate the ACT and the SAT. And there was a lot of data that they provided us, about 1,200 pages. So the state depended on me to do my portion. Every one of us had to do this. So I had an opportunity to score where they fell. And what was amazing, the major difference between the two is that minority students were faring a little better on the SAT. So the score ended up being favorable for the SAT. And it took almost a little bit over about 6 weeks to go through that process. So that was for the state. I've also been a part of a committee, and this is really powerful, and I know this can impact here. Illinois has some really rigorous expectations around how to become a teacher. So it was 8 of us. So we went to New Mexico, and I was part of this committee where we were working with it, and I left before it finished, but being a part of working with that committee to redesign teacher preparation for the state of Illinois. And I believe there's some legislation that just got passed off that work in Illinois where they're going to, one of them being, if you're certified in Michigan and certified in Indiana, let's not make it so challenging for a teacher to be certified in Illinois. That was number one. And then the other piece we looked at, the multiple ways in which what assessments were acceptable. We're talking about ACT, SAT, the composite, and all of those things to allow individuals who have met certain benchmarks to move into the program, into the teaching program. So that's one. So those are my 2 areas that I would say I've had a part at the state level.
Excuse me. All right, sir. Last of our scripted questions here. Please tell us about your experience with facilities management, including bond issues, sinking fund, energy projects, or developing facility plans.
Yes, right now I am in the heavy on that. We just got approved last week at our board meeting, this week actually, where our board, we approved to consolidate 6 schools. We're building 4 new campuses. A new middle school on one end of town, and then we're taking 2 elementary in one area of the city, combining them. And we've had a series of community meetings where we went in on the weekends, met with some of the home association. We met with the staff, we met with the community, and it was all of us involved, and it was challenging. So we've been doing that. We did not have to pass the bond for that, but we did try in East St. Louis to pass a 1-cent sales tax. I was a part of that work. It did not go through, and part of the reason that we believe it didn't go through, we had the local law enforcement. They also were looking to pass a 1-cent sales tax at the same time. So it looked like we were trying to double tax our population, and then we end up not getting that. But I was part of building out that plan.
Thank you.
All right. So in looking at your resume, we noticed that in June of 2018, you moved from East St. Louis to Jefferson County, so a district of 6,000, to a much larger district of 101,000. And now, about 9 months later, you're seeking our role as superintendent. As you can imagine, like most districts, we're looking for commitment. So
Yes.
talk to us just a little bit about the moves and
Yes.
your commitment to Grand Rapids.
Yeah, so originally, when I was working in East St. Louis, it's a very different district, and there's some experiences that I was not able to get working in East St. Louis. When I talked with my superintendent, we talked for about 6-7 months, and he's probably 3 more years in. He's going to stay in East St. Louis. He was hoping I would stick around to take the leadership of that. But it was really, for me, the moves. We ended up coming to an agreement to get in order to take on some more, to get some other experiences. It would be a good situation to test Jefferson County. And the superintendent of Jefferson County, Dr. Polio, he understood I was coming in for this time frame to help him get his first. He was a first year superintendent, fresh from a high school principal to a superintendent of 100,000 students. So he wanted to build a team, and he built a great team of people that can come in and really support. So I was able to come in and do the chief of schools work with Dr. Polio, and under his blessings, he understands my ultimate goal. I'm a Midwest guy. I love living in the area, and then my next move, and my family understands this is it. The goal is to get somewhere, and this is where I'll be. My youngest is in 2nd grade, and I plan on finishing where I'm going to be. I want to be there. This was a very unique situation, and those experiences around the equity and some of the other pieces with the backpack work, I wouldn't have got those experiences had I not joined Jefferson County for this year. And I've had a great impact in this window that I've been in Jefferson County. Yep. Thank you.
Wonderful. So for the last thing, we want to ask you if you can take a moment to offer a closing statement regarding your candidacy.
Yes. So again, I consider myself to be transformational, but even more, I also say, I'll say this lightly, but it's legit. I'm positively disruptive, and I believe in making the changes that's necessary to continue to move the school district where it needs to be. I'm heavy with accountability, but I'm very compassionate, and I am a believer in education is the greatest equalizer of anything out there. Shooting the ball, rapping, running, whatever. Education is, and it's the very reason why I'm able to sit in this seat right now is because of that. And I know that Grand Rapids Public Schools, we align pretty well when it comes to expectations and giving students opportunities to be successful. So, thank you.
Well, thank you very much. We appreciate your interest in our superintendent position. As you know, we will spend our day meeting several candidates, but we really enjoyed meeting you, and we will reach out for further contact. To the audience, please remember that you are able to complete your audience feedback form. Thank you very much. You are able to complete your audience feedback form, so please do that, and you can leave those with Mr. Jay Bennett right there. He has his hand up for us. Thank you very much. Oh, we are going to take a short recess for lunch. Lunch is also provided for the community in the lobby if you are interested. Thank you. Conversations that you'd like to finish, please carry those out in the lobby. Oh, yes.
We have our next candidate, Dr. Marguerite Vanden Wingard. Come on in.
I know, right?
We will be handling today in a round robin format. So I will get things started off and then my colleagues will jump in. While we have had the opportunity to review your resume, our audience has not. Would you briefly review your educational background, your employment history, and the demographics of the districts that you have served in?
I will. Can everyone hear me? Is this good? All right, thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Marguerite Vanden Weingard, and it is an honor to be with you today as you speak to the future of Grand Rapids Public Schools and the leadership that you want to provide. I am a veteran of education. I like to call myself seasoned. I have had multiple years of teaching in both suburban and urban communities, multiple years of leadership in suburban and urban communities, as well as providing leadership at the state level, county level, and at the district level. All of those experiences have created for me the opportunity to lead systemic change in a variety of avenues, to build partnerships with stakeholders, to build on the infrastructure, to build on instruction, to help engage our students and families in order for us to become better, for our communities to survive, for our children to thrive. In order to do that, though, I think I have experiences that I think make me remarkably different in that I was superintendent for the City School District of Albany, the capital of New York, and an urban community. Because of that, I think I'll be more easily be able to hit the ground running, because I already understand what has to happen in that particular role as superintendent. I understand the fiduciary responsibility. I understand what our relationships are. I understand how we engage the community in large strategic directions. And I've been able to do that in multiple places. The second thing that distinguishes me is my commitment to and leadership in equity. Equity for me is more important than ever. And clearly, based on your community forums, and as many of you have spoken publicly, it is a priority for you in the district. Equity for me is more than just resource allocation. It has to do with building the social emotional structure around helping students and families engage in ways in which they can remain healthy, become healthy, stronger, and be vital citizens within the community at large. And of course, I think the third thing that distinguishes my work is I would get to come home. I can't imagine the synergy, and you can't imagine my excitement just thinking about bringing all those leadership skills to bear to be able to come home to a city in which I learned how to be an adult. You won't find anything in the paper about me negative in those years, but what you will find is someone who is fully committed, grounded in the community, lived here, worked here, and truly would love the opportunity to come back. So with that, I know you have a lot of questions to ask, and so I will let you go, Ms. Grant, and lead the ship.
Actually, it will be my colleague, Dr. Flores.
All right.
Thank you very much. Teachers have a lot on their plate in teaching the standards. The social, emotional aspects of student needs are lacking often. How would you be a leader in creating change in this area?
Well, there's a couple of things that we have to do around the standards. First of all, and I don't know the degree to which it's been done, but the work that I've done in curriculum is actually to shrink the standards. Every teacher can't teach to the standards. It's virtually impossible, but there are some big rocks. There's important things that all students need to know and be able to do at every grade level. So you shrink the curriculum. The teachers then have more to do so students can go in depth, which allows for social emotional pieces to always be threaded through it. So how you respond in an English language arts assignment around an essay that you must write arguing a persuasive argument can be grounded in how you believe, how you think, your wellness, the politics behind it, can all be threaded through that particular conversation. And so for me, one must shrink the curriculum in order to expand it to include social emotional leadership. It has to be threaded throughout. It can't be seen as a separate perspective. And through curriculum alignment, it can easily be done.
Thank you.
Okay, sorry, we're going to go this way around. So parents in urban district often face barriers when it comes to being engaged in their children's school. How would you address this issue?
Well, one of the things that I did when I entered the City School District of Albany, like your previous administration, is hold what I would call fireside chats. What I did was invite any parent who could get 15 people in their living room, and we would schedule it, and I would show up. And I would go through the questions that we would expect, what is working, what is not, and what are those barriers. One of the significant barriers that we uncovered was the lack of communication between the school and the parent. And that communication from your child was absent to I'm seeing a dip in their grades to parents were wanting more information more frequently than what we were able to provide at the time. And so that was one of the strategies we did. In another district, we discovered our parents couldn't get to parent-teacher conferences, so we moved them. We were blessed in that particular city to have city centers. One of the city centers was in a local park. In that local park, immediately surrounding, was the majority of the students and parents that we were talking about. So we moved, and we moved that particular conference to the city. We worked with the city to hold that conference in the park. Those conferences for those particular schools in that geographic location were always held at that city center. It dramatically increased the number of parents that could participate in that process. The third thing that I always encourage principals to do is find out from your parents how they want you to communicate. It's not necessarily about how we want to do that. Maybe I love email, but if that's not how you want to receive that information, tell me how you want to receive it. And then it's up to us to manage our time so that we can actively communicate with our families. I am not an edict kind of person. I don't want to say to teachers, you must call all parents 10 times a week, 4 times a day. That's not how I roll. But I will pay attention to how principals pay attention to the communication strategies used. And when parents struggle with reaching us, and when we struggle with reaching them, we must have a different strategy to get there. So those are just some ideas that I've done in the past.
Outside of the courses required by the Michigan Merit Curriculum, which classes, experiences, and supports do you believe are essential to the education of Grand Rapids students? How would you help to create, provide, encourage, and support these classes?
Well, as a musician, I think music and arts are part of the core myself. And so getting to the place where music, art, phys ed, foreign language, and all of those physical arts, visual, et cetera, are all part of that curriculum. Right now, because of the way many contracts are structured and the way the time is utilized, and the influx of those standards, that makes it difficult. I have had to depend on partnerships to do that. I think it's especially important at the elementary level because what we find is that music and the arts actually helps through with the social emotional learning that it then translates into better behavior and higher academic gains. I've had to do it through partnerships with universities. I've not been able to structure that within the district, but it's something that I think is important that we have to do. How we use time, how we schedule our buildings, how we make sure the students have those experiences. I've had to do with partnerships, but I think it's something we can do within the system, especially if we are able to concentrate the curriculum on the rocks that we need to do, which will allow music, art, and PE to enforce those and be a part of that as opposed to a separate entity.
Thank you. Can you tell us what do you look for in hiring leaders for specialized school programs such as Montessori, IB, dual language immersion, and career-focused academies?
All of those academies have standards associated with them, so I would expect a leader to be grounded in that. Obviously, IB, you have to go through an entire training process in order to become one, and so those are things that I would expect that they would have to go through. I expect those leaders then to continue professional learning in those areas, demonstrated over time. I expect them to create platforms in which they tell us how we need to help infuse the arts or infuse the content of those academies within their school, and to talk about ways and best practices perhaps that other districts have used them and bring those to us so that we can expand that work. I expect those leaders to be the leaders in that field, and I expect us to be the leader in the state in all of those areas. One cannot do that without constant training, constant innovation, and constant learning about those particular areas. If someone is not fully committed to becoming that leader, then we have a different discussion. But there are strategies and there are programs in order for them to stay averse, is that the right word? No, stay averse? No, stay informed. I'm like, wait, what? Stay informed about the content that we're talking about.
How will you balance and support a portfolio of neighborhood and theme and specialized schools?
It's so funny because I think our language doesn't help that. As superintendent of schools, I have to support all schools in the district. I think the notion of choice sets up a false dichotomy, but it also then, by language, sets up a notion that somehow if you're not in a choice, academy, et cetera, then somehow you are not something. So language is a problem there. But as superintendent, obviously, I have to support all schools. I would probably, as I enter, would go to the neighborhood schools first to find out what the issues were, if there are some, to find out what they need in order for them to develop their own themes, because I know that several of them are defining themselves within their neighborhood and creating those themes by themselves. So what do you need from me in order for you to make sure your neighborhood school that's thriving in this space has what it needs to succeed? The dichotomy is a problem just on language, but the support goes for all schools.
Okay. How will you ensure equitable access to resources in a financially constrained district, including regularly updating curriculum and technology?
Well, I have always put both of those on a 5-year plan. You have to plan for technology to be obsolete, and you have to plan for curriculum to change, given a change in government or given a change in what is important for us. And so I expect both of those to be on a plan. You must plan for technology to be obsolete and for it to be replaced. And so that's how I manage that, because then you have to have the associated budget dollars to go with that. Tell me the first part of that question.
How will you ensure equitable access to resources in a financially constrained district?
And then equity is driven by student data. Equity of resources is driven by student data. It's driven by issues such as socioeconomic status, language, poverty. You can use formulas tied to race, such as is being promulgated by the school finance coercion or collaboration. So there's a group in Michigan that's working on that. And so what I have done is, one of the strategies I've done is I call it the academic return on investment. And so what we do is we look at those programs, because one of the things that teachers will complain about, and I know you'll all head nod, we keep piling things on their plates and we never take anything off. Mm-hmm. And whether a grant comes in, when the grant leaves, we also don't stop doing it, regardless of the impact on the budget. And so what we do is I look at the return on investment. So I look at the total number of students that were impacted by the strategy. I look at everything that went into that, including the staff, the program, the materials, transportation, all of it. It's simple math. Divide by the total numbers of students that used it. Look at the measure that we decided it was going to do. Determine the degree to which it met its income, it met its measurable goal. And then you say, all right, this program worked or it didn't work. this program was successful or was not successful. And so if you'll let me divulge real quickly on a strategy. So I had an ELL program that was in the summertime that everybody loved. Everybody loved it. But it was segregated. Now, illogically to me, would you segregate second language learners from English speakers if the goal is for them to learn another language? But it was loved. They went on field trips. It was a good time. Everybody had a good time. But when we measured English acquisition when they returned in the fall, the students who were segregated had a lower acquisition of English than the students that were in the summer program that was inclusionary than the others. Now, it was love, so yes, I had to work on politics behind the scenes. I said, all right, that's not gonna fly. It doesn't serve students' purposes. It does not meet an academic return on investment. This is costing me too much money with no return. So we folded it into the summer program. The next year we measured the kids again, and voila. They were able to move further in English acquisition. So it's those strategies that we depend upon our building leaders, because they're the ones who lead the work, to say, this is what we need and this is how we do it. Here's how we build this, and here's the return on investment. It was a powerful process. It was a political process, no doubt, but the students gained. And I always lead from the student perspective. What is best for students is best for us. So that's an example of some of the work that I've done. Thanks for indulging me just a little bit.
Hey. Tell us a little bit about how you'll navigate management change and develop your team in the first year serving as a new superintendent.
Well, first, I need to commend Superintendent Neal and you as a board for the tremendous work you've done over time to move the district to where it is as being a vital part of the center of the city. As the city goes, as we go, the city goes. And clearly, you have been a driver with the city to change Grand Rapids and change the lives of children. So when I enter the city and the district, I am certainly not about to walk through with my broomstick and sweep people out. What I want to know is what helps them thrive. What I want to know is what has contributed to their success. What I want to know is what were the barriers that means you can't get somewhere. And I want to very subtly remind them, as much as I wish I was Superintendent Neal, I'm not. I have a different set of shoes. And while they do meet the Dutch prerequisite of big, large feet, I am not her. And so you have to help me understand what it was about this team that made it successful. And what is it I can bring to bear to help you be success? Now, that doesn't mean people are off the hook. That means you have to talk to me about what is working. And I have to pay attention in the community what is working and what is not. But it is not my intent to make prejudgments about folks. Folks have a year to figure out if they want to work with me. And if they don't, Godspeed, it's okay. But if they do, then roll up those shoes. We're going to rock and roll, and we're going to build on this foundation to make it even better, stronger district for our kids.
Tell us about your experience with teachers' unions. Have you been a member of one? Have you bargained with unions? And lastly, how would you proceed to bargain with our labor group?
Well, I have been on both sides of the table. I was a teacher in teachers union for the 14 years that I taught. I've also been on the other side of the table at the county office, at the city office, and as well as in a school district. And so I've been on both sides of that. I know with strategic change, and the work that you want to do, you have to be in partnership with those union organizations at all times. At some point, you should be able to hear my language come from the leader of the teachers union and her language come from me, because we can't do this without each other. I don't see the union as an adversary. Their job is to ensure that the employees have the best working conditions that they have. My job is to make sure that our employees have the best working conditions that we have. And so I have negotiated on both sides. I have never had a negotiation go beyond a year. And we have never had one that resulted in a mediation or anything where we came at an impasse. So I expect our teams to negotiate in good faith, and I expect us to listen and respond in a timely manner with those proposals as we move through that process.
Please explain your experience in addressing behavior, attendance, and academic achievement.
For myself, my staff, or kids? Sorry.
Probably the
Just
kids.
teasing. I always show up on time and I always stay late. There's the reason why I pause is because the attendance of a student that cannot drive is not always in their purview. So a little person can actually not get to, he or she can't get to school. And so as I look at preschool and kindergarten and think about how those little people get to school, we have to create an early warning system which will help us pay attention to the absentee records of students. And we create a communication process quickly with, especially with little people. Your child was not in school again. We're seeing a pattern. It's once a week on Tuesdays or whatever those are, and create a relationship with those families in order for the children to get to school. The reason why I start there is we know that if that pattern begins between the ages of 3 and 5, the pattern will continue and the likelihood of graduation is diminished over time. We already know that if you miss one day, you miss 18 days in a given year, chances are that you are about 1 year, academic year behind. The problem for us is that as parents, and I fully admit I have a 9th grader, so we're in the middle of it right now. She's missed several days due to orthodontist appointments and things like that. Well, I know she's behind. I can tell. And I'm like, okay, Mark, that's your fault. That's my fault. I did it. I scheduled them. It was my fault. So now how do I address that? And it's the same thing as a system. A building leader and the teacher are the one point of contact that the family has that's important to them. As much as they love all of you and me, they don't care about us. It's the teacher and the principal. So how do we create that communication strand for attendance? Attendance then also dips into behavior. And it really gets to your point, Dr. Flores, around social emotional learning. Because if we are not working on issues related to wellness, how do I manage my emotions? How do I not throw a temper tantrum? How are Black boys not criminalized by behavior as opposed to making it a criminal behavior as opposed to a behavior issue? And then poor teachers, the only strategy they have is to get this child support is to say, okay, go to special ed. So now we have an equity issue over there. And so all of those things you mentioned, whether it be attendance, behavior, is all tied directly to academic prowess. So communication on the front end, constant communication, the creation of an early warning system tied to attendance, tied to academics, tied to behavior, so that we can then create a team to triage so that child gets what they need immediately. That's the definition of equity. You get what you need right now to succeed. And we can't wait till the end of the semester, throw our hands up and say, oh, look what happened. So-and-so failed. Well, did anybody talk with them? Did anybody work with them? Did anybody create a support structure? Did anybody communicate? What is the response? And when we don't do it well, so we have to work on that in education. So we don't do it well. But that strategy of first warning, that is a strategy that I've used and created. And it's harder in high school. I fully admit, for my secondary folks, it's harder in high school because now mom may not be getting child to school. In our district, all the kids take the city bus. Mom may not know I intentionally missed the bus that would have got me to school on time. And I took the second bus. And so there is an issue at the high school for transportation that is a little bit more difficult to manage, but the warning system is still the same. And that's how we connect it all together.
Sorry. Deep in my notes. What factors and data do you consider when recommending adoption of a new curriculum?
Did you say factors and data?
Factors and data do you consider when recommending adoption of a new curriculum?
Well, cost. Cost, because the cost continues to rise exponentially. The degree to support that the curriculum has, what's the support structure look behind it, whether they have documents that are 1 year below or 1 year above in order for students to access material at the levels in which they are fluent. The number of available curriculum sources that are tied to language, and can we meet the need of language that we have exhibited in the district. And then the degree to which it is available technologically. I am starting to get a little tired of buying the $100 books that are used to hold up doors or thrown under beds or wherever they are. And so how do we move from that, or at least create the resource so our students can access that through technology that they have at home? But those are some of the factors that factor into decisions like that.
Thank you.
All right, here's that question. Tell us about a time in your career or life where you had a misstep. What did you do to address it, and what was the takeaway?
I slipped on black ice and hurt my knee. That wasn't good. Well, the irony is I'm going to divulge one that is not only a misstep, but given that I lead and teach from a social justice perspective and wear my equity hat at all times, I found it amazing that I goofed in such a horrible way. One of my new teachers in Albany gave an assignment about writing a persuasive essay from Nazi Germany perspective to say how you support the Nazi actions against people who were Jewish. That assignment was handed to me as the board members and I were leaving City Hall. It was handed to me and slipped in I read it on the street corner and put it in my pocket. And I said, let me think about this and let me see how I want to respond. What I failed to read in the assignment was the line, and I'm making this up, but there was a line, something about hating Jewish people. Don't know if it was Freudian and I skipped it, but I didn't know it. But I said something inane the next day, like, wow, this essay is really hard to write, persuasive essay. I understand that it meets the Common Core curriculum, blah, blah. Huge mistake, stupid mistake, as the phones rang off the hook from all over the world, and we became the #1 trending subject on Yahoo for that day. I put the district in harm's way by not responding appropriately. But the good news is the next day I got another go-round, which doesn't always happen, but I was blessed. And with my school board with me, the Jewish Federation with me, the next day I did the right thing, condemned the assignment, condemned the language in the assignment, and then we had to move from there. But given who I am, I've been kicking myself ever since and learned a great deal about what community partnerships actually mean, because that community rose up and said, we will stand with you, Dr. V, even in your mistake. And we fixed it, and we all moved forward.
What role does language diversity and cultural competence play in the education of students? What strategies would you implement to equalize educational outcomes for different segments of the urban student population?
Cultural competency is centered to how we have to lead and teach. And there are instructional strategies with that. It's more than having posters up on your classroom wall of a diverse student group. It's more than reading a text by a diverse group of authors, but it's about bringing the lived lives of our students into the classroom as a point of reference, not just to celebrate and have a weekend shindig with a variety of foods, not to have a festival, but to bring the students' lives into the classroom so they can work, learn, live, write, and address and challenges within those communities that they live, so that their lives become the classroom and it's not a separate entity from the lived experience of the child. Culturally responsive strategies include that, include how you ask questions, include how you engage students in learning about each other in those manners. And if we haven't created the infrastructure for professional learning, that's fairly easy to do. The difficult conversation is how we begin to tackle anti-racist leadership and equitable leadership, and how we do that work. So for example, in one district, we created equity learning walks in which our principals entered another building as teams. We had a data presentation from that principal of that building. Then we went on a learning walk looking for the equity principles that we had designed. And then we evaluated what we saw, what we experienced, conversations with kids. Building leaders had never set foot in other buildings' leaders. High school leaders were shocked that elementary teachers could even teach given the crazy schedule that they have. They were stunned because they looked at their schedule. Their high school teachers had 3 hours off a day. The elementary teachers were shocked walking through the high school building saying, what? You get to sit? What are you talking about? So it's that cross-district pollination around that equity walk that I think was one of the most powerful strategies that really helped around cultural relevancy.
Thank you.
Can you describe a situation where you approached a condition of underperformance and turned it around? What measures did you use and how did it improve?
The most politically difficult was, and I don't know if you have the same language, but we had receiver language in our state, receivership, meaning the state was going to take over your school. And so 3 of our schools were slated for receivership. And one of our middle schools was slated in 1 year, and we were able to get that school off that list in 1 year. The strategies included, because, and again, the state did supply money for this work. So I have to say that as a caveat. So we used those monies to expand professional development for the teaching staff so that they had common strategies across all of that. We also worked with, how do I say this? We looked at the student data. We have 3 designations: not met, partially met, and then proficient. So we looked at the partially met students. We went into the curriculum. Documents that associated with the state test to determine where we were falling down. We figured out pretty quickly the questions that we actually didn't touch that they got asked, and realized our curriculum was not the best to meet the standards. And so we moved our curriculum team to change that so that our curriculum was lined up. And then parent engagement was a huge issue. And so we worked strategically to make sure that that engagement piece was working much better and stronger. I talked about early learning and the early warning and those types of things. And so within 1 year, the student achievement had gone up dramatically enough that they were off that list in 1 year. So I would point to that. That was the most intense. Most of the time you have a little more time to do that work, but that was certainly the most intensive work that I had to do as quickly as possible.
What role does the superintendent play in creating a scholarly culture of learning in a school? And how will this accelerate transformation and improved academic outcomes?
Well, I have to walk the walk, obviously. And I also have to build a relationship with building principals, because regardless of who is in this particular seat, it's the building principals who provide the change. So I have to have a strong relationship with those building principals. We have to meet, set up a meeting schedule. They need to get to know me, number one, but we need to create a schedule in which we are working together. We're looking at data together. We're strategizing together. We're creating communication talking points, because that's the point where teachers go. That's the point where community goes. So it's important that I have all leaders on board with me. And if they don't want to be on board with me, then they have to talk to me about why not. And they have to bring suggestions. I have no problem. I want people to argue with me all the time, but bring something with you so that we can change the outcome. So I have to lead from here. And then I have to work with the building leaders in order for that learning to happen. What is the degree to which building leaders are holding book conversations with their staff? Are you not? What's the commitment we have to engage in culturally responsive learning, social emotional learning? How do we talk about that together? Who's reviewing data with you? And are you reviewing your data? Are we holding conversations in which I'm appearing as a sledgehammer? Or am I actually a partner in this? I believe in partnership development until you show me something differently. And that's the only way we're going to get change.
Thank you.
What is your perspective on what can be done to improve teaching and learning in urban districts, given the issues that we face with funding, teacher shortages, morale, and student discipline?
I'm wrestling with student discipline as the tail end of the question, because I will often argue that student discipline is sometimes because we haven't created a system of learning that actually will allow this particular student to learn. So how do we work with students and families to know what it is they need in order for them to succeed? Now, obviously, the work that you've done, you've set up a myriad of choice options so that a child should be able to be in the place where they are most successful. But for our teachers, personally, as I said previously, and I won't go long, we have to shrink the curriculum. And then we have to allow those transition leaders, whether it be 5th to 6th or 6th to 7th or 8th to 9th, those leaders and teachers have to collaborate together so that they have a clear understanding of expectations in those transition years. Part of the dilemma is we never hold grade level meetings 3, 4, 5 or 5, 6, 7 or something to help the teachers work together across the district. I don't know how we do that without partnership dollars, because our current budgets won't allow for that. Michigan is what, 26th in per pupil spending? I mean, we used to be number 8 or 10, and we are where we are. But building that, we're going to have to build a partnership to allow for teacher learning. And then just like every other profession, I'm sorry, I cannot insist that teachers learn on their own time. They have to get paid. The TAs have to get paid. Special education TAs have to know how to enhance reading instruction. And if they haven't been part of the professional learning community because we see them somehow as not collaborating, we have to include all of them in that conversation. Morale usually means I'm not getting my needs met as an adult. Help me be who I can be and thrive in the place where I am. And then we create the infrastructure, because what I want to know is why anyone is still a TA after 12 years and we haven't helped transition them into a classroom teacher. They're sitting there ready to go. Let's figure out that partnership to get them in the classroom and then groom the next generation. So what's the ramp look like to help our adults succeed? Like I said, strategies around professional development, strategies on use of time, clearly partnership development so that our teachers can be, and our TAs and anyone touching children can be paid to grow.
The board and superintendent are a unique role. And I'm just wondering how you see an effective relationship between the board and superintendent, and how does that look like to you, and how do you cultivate that?
Well, I think that obviously we have two very distinct roles. My job is the day-to-day management of the organization, ensuring that everyone has what they need in order for them to be successful. Your job is to manage the policies, manage the budget, fiduciary responsibilities. You get the call of hiring a superintendent, which is the worst job you have to do, I know. And so to cultivate our roles, we have to work together. I'm assuming that I would be sitting on and staffing some of the board committee teams and those committees that you have. I'm assuming that my staff is giving the information that you need in order for that to happen. We would just talk about how you would want to communicate, how you would define emergency, which means I'm picking up the phone and calling 9 people for however long it takes, whatever that emergency definition is for us. We would use email to communicate, except on student business. Obviously, you don't want student business in emails. That's illegal. And then we would talk about how we would get together and manage. Some superintendents with a trusting board would meet with folks in groups of 3 or 2 or 1. So we would create that. We would create that together. And that would come through probably our first board retreat, our first retreat together to determine the parameters for how we're going to work that through.
Rate yourself from strongest to weakest in the following 4 categories: finance, curriculum, staff and administration, and lastly, community, and tell us why you chose those rankings.
Curriculum and instruction, I am strong. I've provided leadership. It's where my head is most of the time, around equity and access to high quality instruction. So that would be very strong. Oh, you didn't give me that strong. I would give myself strong in finance because, like I said, I've created formulas related to academic return on investment so that we can see where monies are going to be spent. I also understand how to manage grants. I understand how to manage state funds and how to get them what they need. I've been part of a negotiating process and know full well the degrees in which we can make promises and how we can manage the schedules and things like that. So I have a strong labor relationship that is tied directly to funding. Staffing and labor, I have had the opportunity to hire. I've had the difficulty of having to fire and be gone through I've gone through a RIF process with the district. I don't know if you've had to go through that, but I've had to go through that and had to lead that. So I understand the difficulties side, the most difficult things you have to do with staffing, as well as the good things you get to do with creating a process in which your veteran staff wants to stay, and your new staff have what they need to succeed to the next level. And then the last one was community engagement. I think that's one of the places where I was able to do a lot with that. Like I said, the fireside chats, I started that way. I made a concerted effort to make sure we went to the neighborhoods where they have historically not been heard as my first points of contacts with the organization and with the city. It was a powerful testimony later on when folks were coming to give praises for the work that I had done. So community engagement and partnership development are strong as well.
Madam President, would it be okay if I ask a follow-up question?
For sake of time to get through, and I just say that because then the rest of my colleagues will want follow-up questions, and I don't want to be in that position. Ms. Lewis, I'm also going to ask, we have had question number 19 answered when she was able to tell us about working with the 3 schools and moving one to an efficient school. So Ms. Lewis, can you please move to number 20?
Please describe a situation in which you've maintained and enhanced unique collaborative partnerships.
In Albany, we are part of the Strive Network, which is an organization that's focused on collective impact. That particular process and way of thinking guided Albany Promise, which was a private and public college university finance organization that was focused on helping the City School District of Albany in our efforts to move the dime. In that case, as an example, this group focused on early childhood as one of their strategies. Unlike here, we were not able to provide support for 3-year-olds and 4-year-olds. We started at kindergarten. We had preschool, but it was limited. And so we were dependent on partners, Head Start and other community organizations to provide that support. Through Albany Promise, they provided funds, they provided strategies, and they provided professional development. And we delivered for our early childhood providers that were in the community. This allowed them to know what we were expecting for kindergarten, which they had never known before. And it also then allowed us to build a relationship with all of those providers. So that's the strategy of collective. It also meant that instead of the School District of Albany going to all of these principals multiple times, which drove organizations crazy, we had a funnel through which we were able to do an ask. And then with measured outcomes and the data, we were able to focus resources to drive change.
Thank you.
All right. What is your understanding of Grand Rapids Public Schools initiatives for improving student performance, and how would you build on the current work of the district to implement your strategic vision?
Well, as I said previously, you should be very proud of the work that you did with Ms. Neal around change. There is clearly a myriad of structural changes, choice, leaders. I mean, you have done the heavy lifting. So for me, the next step of 3.0 would be looking at the transformation plan that is currently there, and then taking that plan and moving it to a user's perspective, meaning we look at the plan, but I've talked to the people who are actually implementing the plan to uncover what is it working or not, to learn from the experts in the field, because my assumption is our teachers and our leaders and our TAs and all those folks touching children are the experts. So what is it that you are doing differently? How are you leading to the results that we're asking for in the transformation plan? And from a user's perspective, answer the question of what do we need to take off of your plate in order for you to do better? So for me, the plan is incredible. Now I want to know from the folks that it directly impacts, how is that working for you, and what can I do differently? That's how I would learn from that, and then create the plan to make that happen.
Grant, Are we good on time? Good.
I am also going to ask, we've had question number 22 answered, so let's move to 23.
I'm doing it as fast as I can.
No, you're fine.
We just
To give you as much time, so.
You've answered them, and this question was similar to the one that you just answered. So,
Okay.
new question. Tell us about the most difficult decision you've had to make in your leadership career, and what did you take away from it?
Oh, it's always firing someone. It doesn't matter who it is. It doesn't matter the role that they played. It's firing someone. Working through the process with the unions around that. Working with the process with whoever the supervisors were to make sure they actually did follow progressive discipline. Most often I ended up with folks that had not done what they needed to do, and we sent them back and said, I can't do this. But thinking about changing the lives of a family, changing the income of a family, changing the outcome of what career they thought they were going to stay in. But my name is the bottom line. And if you cause harm to children, I have to fire you. That's always the hardest. And then the second thing is always when a student passes. We had a student pass, got hit by a garbage truck in the middle of an intersection. I mean, it's stuff like that where life happens and you say that's not supposed to be that way, but I have to be the person that can demonstrate empathy and sympathy, and at the same time, I have to still be strong in that role. I can go home and cry when I get home, but I can't do that on the camera. Those are all the hardest. It's life. Life is always the hardest.
Thank you.
Please describe your experience as an educational advocate at the local, state, and national level.
Well, my office in Albany was across the street from the legislator's building, so I was always going. We did have a lobbyist for my first year, so I was always with her. When we entered the hallways, I always went with my urban colleagues. As a trio, we would go and talk about school funding as it relates to our urban districts. And so I would partner with them, and we would lobby folks around that. I had a wonderful partnership with the mayor. All the mayors in all the cities, but particularly in the city of Albany, and we collaborated on Snow Day, and we talked about funding. We co-facilitated Albany Promise. I mean, so those are things that I did on the city level. Those are things I did on the state level. Nationally, I'm not quite as well known, but pretty soon.
Okay, can you tell us what your experience has been with facilities management, including bond issues, sinking fund, energy projects, or developing a facilities plan?
I've been part of all of those. In Patterson, especially because I was deputy superintendent, which means I was in charge of the operations side of the house as well as the instructional side of the house. We were always having to work on building projects. The city is 200 years old, so things fall apart. I was the administrator in charge when Hurricane Irene hit Patterson. We have a 70-foot waterfall in our town, and so needless to say, I took out one of our schools, so I was charged with not only Red Cross work and all of that, but creating the ability for our students in that flooded school to go to other schools, the ability for us to quickly get that other school back online, utilizing the funding resources that we had made available. So that's work that I've done.
Thank you.
All right, this is our final question, and it's just based on some research we've done, looking at your resume. And so the question for us is, your last role as an acting superintendent was a little while ago, 4 years ago in Albany. So first, can you tell us just a bit about that departure? And then second, what you've been spending on your time on since?
And second, what, please?
What you've been spending your time on since?
Oh, raising my daughter. That happened in the middle of her 6th grade year. And so I made a strategic decision to make sure that I was able to get her through middle school. I thought it was inappropriate for my life to change her life dramatically because of that, because of decisions that were made. And since then, I have been working on equity issues with school districts. I've worked on projects where they were having some struggles between student groups, and were having difficulty. They're working on a plan to hire more staff of color, so I work with them with that. Facilitated local groups around that, talking circles around race and equity in a variety of communities. And really miss this role. This is the hardest job, I think, on the planet besides an elementary teacher, and it was the best job I'd ever had in my life. And to be able to bring the community together around student learning, to bring the community together around helping our teachers and our staff become strong leaders, leading the charge for a new high school renovation for $175 million, watching it go up right now, even from the sidelines. I'm very proud of that work. Student achievement is starting to catapult, and we're starting to reach the same graduation rates that you are. And so just knowing that I was able to put some things in place that have catapulting children's lives was important. And so that's how I've been spending my time. Now I am at College of St. Rose leading education leaders. I am teaching those that want to be future principals and superintendents how to get into that role and do that. And so that's an interesting way to spend time, but it's not enough juice for me. So my hope is to come home and to provide leadership for kids so that they can catapult into the lives that they choose.
Thank you. So in conclusion, we would like to ask you to take a moment to offer a closing statement regarding your candidacy.
Well, I again want to thank you for this conversation. I told my mom, I don't think I've ever been as excited about an opportunity. It is an opportunity of a lifetime to think about coming home and helping our students become stronger and better, and to run their race so that their families, when they end in 12th grade, or year 13, doesn't matter, I don't care, year 14, whenever they finish, that their families have as many options as possible so that they can make a decision for their families to help their child move forward. And so whether it is a child who's born today through a child who's graduating, my entire life is about building an equitable system of learning so every child has as many opportunities as possible when they leave. I can't do that without all of you, and I can't do that without all of you. And so I hope in partnership we'll work together in order to change lives. Thank you so much for this opportunity. This has been a great challenge.
Thank you. Thank you for your interest in our position. As you know, our board will be spending time with several people today, but we look forward to reaching back out to you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, I would like to call the meeting to order. If we can please have everyone's attention, feel free to continue conversations in the lobby. Next, we have our final candidate, Dr. Williams.
Dr. Darrell Williams, come on in, introduce yourself to the board. How you doing? Darrell Williams. Pleasant. Pleasant.
Tony Bates.
Outstanding. How you doing? Darrell Williams. Pleasure. Pleasure's mine.
Hi, welcome.
How are you?
Very good, thank you.
Outstanding. How are you, ma'am? Thank you. Thank you. Pleasure to meet you. How are you, ma'am? Thank you so much. Thank you.
Well, thank you for being with us today. We are going to ask questions in a round-robin format, so I will kick things off and we'll go to my colleague, Dr. Flores, next. The first question that we have for you is, we know that we've had the opportunity to review your resume, and our audience has not. So will you please briefly review your educational background, your employment history, and the demographics of the districts that you've served in?
Outstanding, thank you. And I just want to say thank you for allowing me the opportunity to interview with you today for this prestigious position. My name is Darrell Williams, and I'm originally from a small town in Abbeville, Mississippi. For those of you who may not know where that is, it's about 619 people. It's right outside of Oxford, Mississippi, in the back, way on out. But I stand before you today because of the will of a praying mother. who wanted to see her 6 kids go to college but couldn't afford to do so. So at the age of 16, I joined the military in order to pay my own way through school. So between the military and cutting grass on the weekends, that afforded me the opportunity to go to Rush College, finish up my bachelor's degree, attend Marion College, finish up my master's degree, and also to complete my doctorate at the University of Wisconsin-Milwaukee. I started off in Milwaukee Public Schools. Started off as a teacher, then I became an assistant principal, then went on to be a middle school principal, then high school principal, and turnaround principal of several schools in Milwaukee Public Schools. After a tour in Afghanistan, I came back and took an assistant superintendent position in the school district of Beloit, where I've served for the past 4 years. I retired last year from the military with 29 years of service, and so I am very happy to be with you today. I want to be the superintendent here in Grand Rapids for many reasons. This is a beautiful city with a lot of opportunity that is here. I had the opportunity to review some of the data about the schools and read a lot and travel around the city. And one of the things, I want to be a part of the transformation that's taking place within this wonderful city. This school district has made a lot of great progress. And I want to thank the current superintendent, Dr. Neal, and I want to thank the board and the stakeholders within this community for your ongoing support of the innovative initiatives that are going on here within this school district. If I'm lucky enough to be the superintendent here, want to build upon that legacy and help transform this school district into a mecca of learning for the world to emulate. The businesses here within this community, what a great opportunity to expand the educational and career opportunities and pathways that we have here for our students. And if allowed to be the superintendent here, I will build those bridges and, as I said before, help transform the school into a mecca of learning for our students. For us and for our students, that would be a great opportunity because that would also give us the opportunity to ensure that our students are globally prepared, not only to succeed within our economy, but also to help our own students to grow. I believe that together we can, together we will. Thank you so much.
All right. Teachers have a lot on their plate in teaching the standards. The social and emotional aspects of the student needs are lacking often. How would you be a leader in creating change in this area?
Would you mind just repeating that one more time?
Yeah, certainly. Teachers have a lot on their plate in teaching the standards. The social emotional aspects of student needs are often lacking. How would you be a leader in changing or creating change in this area?
I think that you're exactly right. With all the standards that are taking place throughout the nation, the bar is constantly changing. And one of the things that we would do is constantly keep abreast of those changes that are happening. I know that teachers are always asked to do more with less, and schools are asked to do more with less. But I think supporting those teachers and giving them the resources that they need to meet the day-to-day challenges of teaching, and also by giving them the support that they need to accomplish the goals that are to come. And so by staying abreast and also supporting the teachers, I know that it's tough. Being a former classroom teacher and visiting many schools in our current district and throughout, given those, the teachers definitely need the resources, but they also need the support of administration, starting from the top, to be able to deal with some of those challenges that may come.
Thank you.
All right. Parents in urban districts often face many barriers when it comes to being engaged in their children's school. How would you address this?
I would reach out directly to our parents. I'm a person who believes that parents add value to our education. There's no way in the world that we could educate our kids without our parents' support. I think the way in which we engage our parents may be different depending on the level of engagement that their parent may be able to participate. But I believe that all parents, whether you're a stay-at-home mom or a CEO of a business, can still contribute in many ways. And I would figure out, maybe survey our parents and see which way they want to participate and which way they could participate to help our kids. But just because a parent does not come inside of our schools every single day, that does not mean that they do not want to be involved and that they do not care about our students. So I think as an educator, our task is to figure out a way that we can engage all of our parents and keep them involved. I think communication plays a huge part in that. And the way that we use our communication systems within our district to reach out to our parents, I think the way sometimes is how we communicate with our parents and our verbal interactions and so forth. But also, I think it's very important that I'm an advocate of home visits, especially whenever, as a teacher, I used to do 2 home visits for each one of my kids inside of my classroom, and I had a classroom of 34 kids. And that relationship that was built at that particular time was monumental and went a long way towards behaviors inside of the classroom, which allowed me to really teach, and also I get parent support. I had the opportunity to go at the beginning of the year to introduce myself to the to the parents, but also throughout the year. And so that communication was increased, and that really promoted a good relationship with our parents, and also gave us a good image within the school district. And that's a practice that I continue to promote to this day.
Outside of the courses required by the Michigan Merit Curriculum, which classes, experiences, and supports do you believe are essential to the education of Grand Rapids students? How would you help to create, provide, encourage, and support these classes?
I think a lot of as I looked at the school improvement plan, I think there's a lot of great things that are going on here within the school district. And I think as superintendent, I would come in, one, do a review of those, but also the goal is to add to those particular programs. As you know, in the field of education, things are constantly changing. And even a train, that's your best train that gets stuck on the track, if it doesn't move, it can easily be run over or surpassed by someone else. And my task as the superintendent of this school district is to make sure that we are number one, not only here in the state, but also within the nation. So I would look at nationally various other innovative programs that we would discuss and talk about bringing to our school district to enhance and complement what we already have. As I said earlier, there's a lot of great things that are going on within the school district, and I had opportunity to visit one of the schools yesterday, and I saw a lot of opportunity over at Ottawa with the relationship that's going on between the school and the community colleges and so forth. And that is something to really be proud of. And I know in some cases it may seem small, but on the larger scale of things, and I've been around to several places, that is really huge. So you're really to be applauded for that effort. And the key is to continuously grow. I think as a district, we must, and especially in the field of education, we must always be in a state of continuous improvement. And so if there are other programs that are out there that we feel that our students would benefit to ensure that they're globally prepared, we should pursue them.
Okay, Dr. Williams, can you tell us what do you look for in hiring leaders for specialized school programs such as Montessori, IB, dual language immersion, or career-focused academies?
One of the things I look for is, one, a good fit, a good fit. I think the credentials are very important. It's very important to have highly qualified personnel in each one of those areas. We look for experience. I think we look for a diversity. We think that is very important, especially in a field where teachers are a dying breed, if you will. So we have to make sure that our kids see people in front of them, educators who look like them, especially to grow our future teaching force in other areas. I think it's very important that we take a look at a history of success and so forth. And I just think that those things are very good characteristics that we need to look at. The standard background checks are also very important because you do have some cases where you have very good candidates on paper, but then there are some things that are lurking behind that we definitely need to address. So I think looking at all those different factors, I think that would give us at least a good picture when making that selection.
Thank you.
How will you balance and support a portfolio of neighborhood and theme and specialized schools?
I would, I took a look at some of the, I know there's quite a few of those programs here. I think one of the things, neighborhood schools, looking at what the needs are within that respective community. One of the things that I would do is go around and have some listening sessions within the community to really get a chance to hear from our parents, from our businesses, and also from you, the board, about what that looks like currently, what it could look like, and some of the things that, and get a better sense of the direction that you really want to go within this particular district based off the needs of our kids. I think the conversation really has to be focused around kids. And I know in some cases, theme schools, neighborhood schools, what that look like, resources, equitable distribution of resources is very important. And I think that that is the key, a very serious component in that we would definitely have to take a look at, because sometimes whenever you're doing neighborhood schools initiatives, one side of the street or one side of town gets a lot more resources than this side of town. So I think a conversation around what that looks like, the importance of how that's, and what that looks like as far as how it's going to impact kids, but also providing an equal playing field for all students by having an equitable distribution of those resources.
Dr. Williams, how will you ensure equitable access to resources in a financially constrained district, including regularly updating curriculum and technology?
I think that's very important. That's very important. And one of the things that I would do is have that conversation with our cabinet. I would start there, and we would just talk openly and honestly about what are the resources that we have currently. What is going well, what is not going well. Sometimes schools have programs that they purchase that may or may not be doing well. So we would start off with a conversation around a review of the existing programs that we have. And I'm very much aware that school districts are asked to do more with less. I would also have a conversation with the Director of Curriculum and Instruction and the department leads in other areas to see exactly what that looks like and see what is it if we needed to redistribute some of those resources and what that looks like. In some cases, when you're discussing like budget reductions and so forth. But one of the things that I want to assure you is that in those conversations, we want to make sure that whatever decisions are made, that it support kids and does not take away from what goes on in the classroom. In any school district, the most important place is inside of the classroom. And a lot of times in districts, the first thing that gets cut is stuff that happens, significant programs that really impact kids and their reasoning for coming to school. And that's one of the things that we do not want to do. So I think in that think tank of people, there are a lot of great minds, and we can figure out a way to address that issue without taking away from our students.
Can you tell us how you'll navigate change management and then develop your team in the first year that you're serving in a new position?
Say that the first part of that question again, please.
Yeah, can you tell us how you'll navigate change management and then develop your team in the first year of serving in a new position?
I would take a look. I'm not a person who I believe change is necessary in some cases, but I also believe that, I know people have a very difficult time with change, and I know the only people who really like change are babies. But I think it's very important to take a look at the structure that is in place. And I'm not a person who believes in coming in and trying to wipe a slate clean with everybody. I believe that it's very important to work with people and to build people. I kind of look at things in such a way that if a person is willing and able, that's great. If a person is unwilling but able, you can still kind of work with the person. If a person is unable but willing, that still adds value. But if a person is unwilling and unable, that's a whole different conversation. So I think I would take a look at that. Like I said, I think this is a profession that I think at this point in time where you have to really build people and build a capacity for leadership and help people to grow versus coming in and trying to, I'm the superintendent and I'm gonna clean out everybody here and I'm gonna bring in my own team type of situation. And I think that that's very important in an organization to know that they would be supported. And people's skill sets are different. My skill set may be a little different, but I would like the opportunity to grow and afford people the opportunity to do that, but also holding people accountable. Accountability is very important. At the end of the day, this board, this community, they expect results. Nobody cares about the labor pains. Everybody wants to see the baby at the end of the day. Thank you.
Can you tell us about your experience with teacher unions? Have you been a member of one? Have you bargained with unions? And how would you proceed with bargaining with our labor groups?
I would work in a collaborative fashion with the labor unions. And yes, as a teacher, I was a part of the Milwaukee Teacher Education Association and a representative to the union on a variety of different issues. Even as an administrator, I was president of the Middle Schools Principals Association, which was up under the Administrative Supervisors Council union that we had within Milwaukee Public Schools. And even as a interim superintendent in the school district of Beloit, I worked hand in hand with the Beloit Education Association. And I believe that it's very important, and it can have value. It has tremendous value on both sides. And so I would work in a very collaborative fashion with them to address whatever issues and concerns that we have. I believe that it's very important to hear the voices, and I understand that many issues that may be brought to the table may come from different members. And at the same time, we'll work with them to address those in a very professional and collaborative and non-combative way. Our goals are the same, is to educate all our kids, and that's where the center has to remain.
Please explain your experience in addressing behavior, attendance, and academic achievement.
One of the things, as interim superintendent, and in my role as assistant superintendent, addressing behavior concerns inside of a school district is huge. I think around the nation, that's one of the main areas that you will hear from teachers quite often is, I want to teach, but I can't because some of these students are too hard to handle for a variety of different reasons. So one of the things that we did was we had a meeting with our administrators. We also had a meeting with our parents to just talk about what the expectations they have of their kids, and also to talk about what supports what they need to try to address some of the issues. Now, one of the things that we did was form partnerships within the community. So, for example, if a kid is suspended from school, the kid is sitting at home for 3 days with no support. So we formed some partnerships within the community where we had teacher centers within the community. And in Beloit, we had the Merrill Center, where if a kid was having difficulty inside of the classroom, and before they were actually suspended from school, as a final step, in collaboration with the parents, the student could go over to the Merrill Center where we had a teacher that received the same support. The teacher had to send them with their work and so forth, and it wasn't counted as a suspension, but it was counted as an intervention. And also, we use that same center and others to provide support to our students who may be expelled. Because just because a student is expelled, we still need to try to provide that student with some type of support. Because otherwise, that's going to create an old for grade level adolescent, and then that student comes back inside of the school system. And then you have sometimes cases where kids are 19, 20 years old inside of school with kids who are in 8th grade. So we want to try to support them so they can continue to grow. And in the world today, there are different modes and different methods by which kids may receive an education, and I just think that we need to make sure that we pursue all of them, and not just for certain kids, but for all kids.
What factors and data do you consider when recommending adoption of new curriculum? What factors and data do you consider when recommending adoption of new curriculum?
I think it's important whenever we're recommending an adoption. For example, we had an opportunity to implement a new math curriculum and in science. The current district I was in when I arrived there 4 years ago, there was no science. And then we went to adopt a math program, the Go Math program. So one of the things we did, we had the representatives come in and talk to us about why this program was the best. We wanted to take a look at our data. We disaggregated the data by ethnic group, race, you name it. We looked at it and broke it down to take a look and see how would this program address the needs of our kids within this district. And we brought together our teachers. And our teachers, in making that decision, we were going to make sure that, I will make sure that those teachers are involved, because they are a significant part of this whole process. They are really the experts, and they're the ones who are going to have to be implemented. It would be foolish not to have them be a part of it. So we brought them in, had the conversation, and actually we reviewed several different curriculums before selecting one. So I think bringing all those minds together to have that conversation before selecting it, looking at the content, looking at the diversity of the information that's there, looking at the access. So for example, can the students have access to this curriculum not only in school, but also from home, so that students are not behind? And in the age that we live, where we are at today, educationally, those components were there in that program and should be in many others. It's important that kids see themselves. The diversity piece is key. Kids need to be able to see themselves inside the curriculum. And so those are some of the components that we looked at in that setting, and those are some of the things that I would look at here.
Thank you.
Okay, tell us about a time in your career or life where you had a misstep. What did you do to address it, and what was your takeaway?
One of the things, as interim superintendent, there was a town hall meeting that we had, and I think that was it was an opportunity, but it was also a misstep, in my opinion, because I think that we should have handled that. I should have handled that a different way. Instead of having the meeting in such an open session, I should have had it schooled. I should have had the meeting in small groups, and I think that we would have had a better outcome. And by not doing it that way, there was a lot of people took that. Some people took that advantage as an opportunity to vent versus actually finding some solutions. So if I was to redo that over again, I would strongly go the opposite way.
What role does language diversity and cultural competence play in the education of students? What strategies would you implement to equalize educational outcomes for different segments of the urban student population?
That is very important, and that is very huge. One of the things that I'm gonna go back and say, one of the things is taking a review of the content, the curriculum, but also providing professional development for our staff and administrators. One of the things we implemented what's called Seeking Educational Excellence and Diversity training for our staff. We also formed a partnership with Black Hawk Tech, where we're currently pursuing a diversity certificate, not only that will be available for our students, because as grown people, sometimes leopards don't change their stripes, spots, but we do have an opportunity with our students to make a difference, and so students, if things go well here in the future, will be able to earn a diversity certificate. That they can use to receive college credit as well. That is also within for our parents. One of the things that we were able to do was invite our community in to participate in what we call our can't think of the word right now, but our anti-bias and training that we have here within the district, and the parents really receive that very well. We've also had the opportunity to bring in different experts and so forth to have that conversation about cultural competence, cultural relevance, to include Dr. Gloria Lasting Billings herself to come in and speak to our staff about the importance of cultural diversity and also cultural relevance and what that looks like inside of the classroom. Does a lot towards building that relationship with our students, and we've seen great progress as a result.
Thank you.
Okay, Dr. Williams, can you describe a situation where you approached a condition of underperformance and turned it around? And what measures did you use to do so, and how did it improve?
One of the things that that we did was, and I'm going to talk about this as a principal. As a principal, I was at one school where there were I had 16 kids that were in 6th grade. They'd been retained 3 times, and then when I went around to each class in the building, over 40% of the students in this one building had been retained at least once. And so one of the things that I did was I worked along with the district, and I developed a program called the Twilight Program, which would give the kids an opportunity to get back in their correct grade. And I worked with the intermediate schools and with the high schools, the local high schools, in order to get our students who would participate in that program up to the next grade, try to get them back on track. And that program was very successful. We started off with about 15 students in the program, and then increased it. And as a result of that, those students went to school at the intermediate school, at the middle school, but then also went to school at the high school for a certain period of time, and they had double the work, similar to a dual enrollment program inside of a high school, and those students were able to move forward. And I found what it was that was the impetus that allowed them to do that. It was the students saw that there was a way that I could make a difference in their own, in my own life, if you will. And so the students took full advantage of it, and I stayed true to my word, and the students, that program worked out well. It stayed in existence for 45 years, and the students, they really excelled as a result of it.
What role does the superintendent play in creating a scholarly culture of learning in a school? And how will this accelerate transformation and improved academic outcomes?
I think the superintendent has to be the model. The superintendent is really the cheerleader. Even though the superintendent is not inside of a classroom teaching every day, the superintendent has to communicate that expectation to everyone within the district. And the superintendent, although they're not teaching in that classroom every day, you can definitely, during those tours and visits to different schools, I'm a very hands-on, I'm a very visible person. I've always, as an interim superintendent in the district, I've always told the administrators and the community, you will not go home and tell the community, I never see that guy. I don't know what he's talking about. I take full advantage of every opportunity to communicate the expectations and goals of the district, and also to communicate that not only with our parents, but also with our students. Because I really feel that when everybody plays their role well, our students will win. And I do believe that students have a role to play in their own education, but we have to give them an outlet and give them a voice and to do so.
What is your perspective on what can be done to improve teaching and learning in urban districts, given the issues that we face, such as funding, teacher shortages, morale, and student discipline?
One of the things around, I see in my experience, teacher morale, student discipline are somehow connected. And one of the things that I did as an interim superintendent and even as a principal, I believe that students have a role to play in their own education. And we started a group called the Student Leadership Initiative, and our motto was transforming schools through student empowerment. So basically what we wanted to do was give our students a voice and talk to them about some of these challenges that go on within our school, as far as attendance, as far as behavior, the relationship between students and teachers, and to help turn that around. And as a result of starting that initiative, along with some others, such as the MEO, which is the Multicultural Excellence Organization, and we also tapped into a population that was rarely tapped into in our current district, and that was our Hispanic population. There was a huge rift there. And so one of the things that we did was we started LULAC, the League of United Latin American Citizen Organization, which was unheard of at that point in time. But through bringing that to our district, now we have two adult LULAC chapters and a student chapter inside of the high school, which is the largest organization within the school with over 70 students. And that helped change the culture, which also helped increase the morale of some of our students. And we've started to see some of our students' academic scores increase. Two of our Latino students through our National High School of Business program, they scored in the top 20 in the nation. One student scored number 5 and one 20. Thank you.
Can you tell us, how does an effective relationship between the board and superintendent look like? And then how do you cultivate that relationship?
I think that the relationship between the board and the superintendent is key. It is critical. And one of the things that I would do as the superintendent upon coming into this district is to take the time and the opportunity to sit down with each one of you individually and really get a chance to know you and also give you the opportunity to know me. I think that is critical. I also think that it would be very important after the first 2 or 3 weeks of being here that we start to plan a retreat so that we really could get a chance to know each other more intimately and to form a better relationship. Because I would need to know certain things, like how to communicate with you. Some people's communication skills are a lot different. Sometimes people want to meet in person. Sometimes people are okay with just emails and so forth. But one of the things that's for certain, I would never want the board to be blindsided by any information that you should know. And I never want to be blindsided. I think that is very important. As a superintendent, I take on the responsibility of communicating what I should know and what I should have known. And so I think that that's very important in establishing the communication between the board and the superintendent.
If you could please rate yourself from strongest to weakness in the following 4 categories: finance, curriculum, staff and administration, and lastly, community, and tell us why you chose the rankings.
From 1 to 5, you said?
Strongest to weakness.
Read those again.
Okay. Strongest to weakness in the following 4 categories: finance, curriculum, staff and administration are together, and then lastly, community.
Staff communication, then you have, you said community, finance,
Finance, curriculum, staff and administration together, and then lastly, community. And from strongest to weakest.
I would say the strongest area is, I would say, staff and administration. I would say community. I would say curriculum, finance, and what was the last one? That was it? Okay. And the reason why I say that is all of those areas are very important. I spend more time with the administration and inside the community on a daily basis. I meet with our finance personnel on a weekly basis. And I observe the curriculum and instruction when I go around to the schools. And at this point, as an interim superintendent, I'm always inside of the building. There hasn't been one day in the past 4 years that I've been in my current district that I have not visited at least one school. So I think that that's very important. I know that the superintendent gets super busy with all these different meetings and so forth, but I don't know what we're meeting about if it's not improving student achievement. So I need to get out and see it for myself instead of just hearing it from other people all the time. But I will add, on the finance side of the house, it's very important to know where the money is. And so we have very frank conversations, and we communicate that to the board. And my goal would be to communicate that to the board. One, as you want it communicated, but at least on a monthly basis, so you can at least see that we're not running in the red. And if you want a more detailed report, on a quarterly basis.
Okay, how have you addressed the achievement gap? And please speak specifically about challenges and progress you made while addressing low student achievement.
One of the things that we did was to address the achievement gap, but also connected to that is the opportunities gap, and I'll allude to that. One of the things with the achievement gap was ACT scores and the graduation rate. And one of the things that we decided to focus when we talk about equitable distribution of resources, we know that is a tremendous need. And we had some rifts between different constituents groups within our current district because we had to convince people that using these resources over here to help those students doesn't mean that we're taking away from these students, but actually adding value to the entire district. So we took some resources that we had and we started having ACT preparatory classes for our African American and Latino students specifically. But we still had courses that we were offering for all students. But some of the comments and feedback that we had received, because we went around and we asked the students directly, why are you not taking advantage of some of the opportunities that were there? Some of the students said that they felt very uncomfortable and that teachers made them feel uncomfortable. That is why they were not taking some of those courses and even participating in some AP courses. And so we wanted to level the playing field and at least try to meet the needs of some of those students, and we did it that way. And as a result, we had more students coming to the preparatory ACT sessions, and hopefully we'll see the results of those very soon. Yes. And the opportunities gap, I wanted to just allude to that piece because many of the opportunities, whether it's due to travel barriers and so forth, and we, as a superintendent, my goal would be to remove those barriers so that those students, whether it's transportation or of whatever the issue may be, that our students have full access to all the opportunities that are available here. And here within this district, I mean, there are many. I've had the opportunity to see all the great partnerships and so forth that are here, but we just want to make sure that there are no barriers between our students and that opportunity, because otherwise that would create a more of an opportunities gap when those people get a chance to, when certain people get a chance to access those opportunities and others do not.
Dr. Williams, you've already shared with us some of the partnerships that you have engaged in, but this question does deal with describing situations in which you've maintained and enhanced unique collaborative partnerships. But I think there's certainly an opportunity to do more
Yes.
expounding on that question, so I raised that.
Okay. One of the things that we're really, really proud of is our relationship with community action and our relationship with our colleges and universities. And I see this as really an exciting opportunity here within Grand Rapids. So for example, at Black Hawk Tech, there was not, at 4 years ago, there was not a program that allowed, for teachers, for a teacher preparation program. And one of the things, we had several students who want to become teachers. And we know that there's a great need to grow teachers, period, but also African American and Latino teachers. And so we talked with the dean, president of the university, and a year later, we started a foundation of education program inside of the school through that relationship with Black Hawk Technical College. And now we have several students who are using that as a pathway to become teachers. And through the system, there's at no cost to the students. And so we've really seen a great progress as a result of that. And I see that as a plus, definitely a positive and something that we should pursue here.
Thank you.
So 20, okay. Checking our time here. Okay, so what is your, and you've alluded to you're familiar with some of these, but what is your understanding of Grand Rapids Public Schools initiatives for improving student performance? And how would you build on the current work of the district to implement your vision?
I've had the opportunity to take a look at the plan. I don't know it all in full detail, of course, but and just taking a look at some of the initiatives that you do have here within the district, the partnerships that you have with the different businesses to provide students with various opportunities, internships, and so forth. Some of these, the relationships that you have with with the different colleges and universities to allow students who are in high school to take college level courses. That is something that is really to be proud of. Not everyone has that. And one of the things that I would do is try to build on that by adding to those different programs, such as the teacher preparation, like a teacher preparation program. That was one area, unless I missed it, that I did not see that would definitely add more value and help grow a teacher population here. And also address and provide students with another opportunity for those students who want to become teachers. Another area is CTE. Who would ever have thought that an auto mechanic would make more than a regular teacher? But this is a fact. And because this is the skilled trades, we have to promote those skilled trades because they are truly important. And I didn't mean that in a joking fashion, but my point is that the career and technical fields are truly important, and we should encourage students not only to be able to do both. Kids should be able to be college and career ready, and that would be my focus as the superintendent here, to make sure that students are able to do both.
Ms. Davis, I am going to ask, we've had question number 22 answered, so we'll move ahead to question 23.
Okay. Tell us about the most difficult decision you've had to make in your leadership career. What did you take away from this?
I think one of the most difficult decisions that I've had to make, whether as a principal or even as an interim superintendent, whenever you have to go through the process of firing somebody, that is always a very difficult process, because going through that process, when you try to work with the person and then there's no improvement, especially when you're looking holistically at how this action is going to impact that person and their family and what that looks like, especially when they have kids inside of your district. But accountability is very important. And I took away from that, and you have to be able to make a tough decision. But like I said earlier, it's very important to try to work with people, but accountability is also very important. And I felt that going through that process, after giving the person ample opportunity and many opportunities and extensive support, even though it was a tough decision, it was a decision that I had to make. And I felt good about the decision at the end of the day.
Can you describe for us your experience as an educational advocate at the local, state, and national levels?
I've had the opportunity as an interim superintendent. My interactions with the legislators and so forth has been very positive thus far. There are opportunities where we invite our state legislators and local officials to the district, where we talk about the different things that are going on inside of our district and try to advocate for local funding. And also there are opportunities that we've had that I participated in, where we have what we call a state day, where you have an opportunity to go to the Capitol and actually talk with the legislators face to face. So those relationships have been very positive. And, of course, that no one's ever going to say, well, I'm going to give you this. But I would like to think that some of the extra funding that we received was a result of some of those communications.
Thank you.
Great. All right, this is going to be our last question. And this is just based on some research that we've done on your resume and looking into the roles that you've served in. So we see that you've served, and you've mentioned several times, as interim superintendent, both from December of 2016 to April of 2017, and then again from November of 2017 until July of 2018. So can you just provide us with some context about these recurring interim roles?
Yes.
Thank you.
Yes, I can. When I returned from Afghanistan, I accepted the position as the assistant superintendent of administration, operations, and equity within the district. The same year, that was the superintendent's first year. And through some illnesses, that first year, he was out quite a while, and I was in the role. at that time, I was not named officially as the interim superintendent, even though at that time it was a significant period of time. So then the superintendent came back, so I went back into my previous role as assistant superintendent. Then the next year, he went out again for illness. So I was officially named interim superintendent for that period of time. Then the superintendent came back. So I went back into my role. Then the third year, he went out again, very, very ill. And so I stepped back into the role and was named interim superintendent officially 2 times, but I was really in the role 3 times. And so at this point in time, the superintendent resigned for health reasons. And the board decided at that point in time that they wanted to, because there's been a lot of communications and a lot of input from the community, that they wanted transparency in the superintendent hiring process, and the interim superintendent could not apply. So that's how that ended up happening.
Great, thank you very much.
Yes.
Okay, so lastly, we are going to ask if you can take a moment to offer a closing statement regarding your candidacy.
Thank you so much. Let me just say, I really appreciate this opportunity, and I feel that I am the best candidate for this superintendent position, and I'll tell you why. One of the things when I read that job description, I said to myself, I think they had me in mind. I kind of felt like that this job description was really tailor-made for me, because I look back over my 26 years and my personal and professional experiences, especially in the area of turnaround and transformation in Milwaukee Public Schools and also within the school district of Beloit. Almost makes me feel it's a perfect fit for me at this time. And one of the things, I'm a relentless advocate for kids. In one case, I had a student who had missed graduation because their grandparent had died in Texas. When that student returned, I called that parent and I told the parent, I said, look, I noticed your child missed graduation. She said, yeah, but it's okay. I said, no, it's not okay. This was the first kid in her family to actually graduate from a traditional school. So I said, this is what we're gonna do. I said, I'm gonna come to your house on 13th Street and we're gonna reenact graduation in the backyard of your house. And that's what we did. So we had graduation in the backyard of her house. And that's just an example of the extent that I'm willing to go to make sure that every kid has a quality experience, because that kid would always remember that if I didn't do that, we wanna make sure that kids have those experiences. You know, the other thing, the kid's gonna leave here with 2 things. Any kid in this district, they will leave here with a diploma and hopefully a memory. And our job, my job, is to make sure that those kids leave here, every kid, with a diploma that they can use to be globally competitive and with a positive experience that would encourage them to come back and give back to this community. And I believe that working together, we can do that. As a kid growing up in Mississippi, I grew up very poor. I didn't have running water till I was 16 years old. Education, that was the game changer for me. I want to be the superintendent here. And if allowed the opportunity, I would give back to this community and to our students everything that education has given to me. You know, a poet once said, I have only a tiny minute, 60 seconds in it. Forced upon me, I can't refuse it. I didn't seek it, I didn't choose it. But I will suffer if I lose it. Give account for it if I abuse it. It's just a tiny little minute, but my eternity lies within it. I, like you, are looking for the right fit at the right time. I assure you, I am the right fit. This is the right time. I will not disappoint. Thank you.
appreciate your interest in our district, and we look forward to reaching back out to you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Yes.
Should I?
Thank you, I enjoyed your presentation.
Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you for your service.
I don't know what you're talking about.
I was involved in something else.
Final part of our special order of business for today, which would be discussion. And then we know that on Monday, we will move selection for second round interviews to the board retreat and have that selection made there. I will turn it over to Dr. Green.
Thank you. And I'd like to thank the community too, and I know the board did already, but really appreciate the input. We've got the feedback forms coming, they're being copied right now. So we appreciate everybody participating today. And I think it was an exciting day. I hope you do as well. So I guess I just wanted to ask you some general impressions, and I'm not really interested in you ranking any candidates right now. I don't really want your top 3 or anything. So we've got 4 candidates. So just if you'd like to debrief in any fashion, I would not mind hearing any of your comments.
Do you have any guidelines for us, or is there general
Well,
debriefing?
general positive comments, positive would be one rule. And another rule might be short.
Are we specifying candidates, or are we giving
Yeah, so
general?
I think we could do that if you wanted to. First candidate was Adrian, Dr. Adrian Talley. So any particular comments or thoughts? I mean, just kind of looking over your notes. I mean, you don't have to. Obviously, we're going to spend some time doing this on Monday, but I just thought it might be.
Yes, I have a comment. I thought Dr. Talley was very sharp. He had an extensive amount of experience, so that was wonderful to hear about explicit experience and examples. There were 3 main different settings that he served in that he kept pulling information from, and so that was positive for me to hear.
Yeah, I was really impressed with his background. The community schools and the way he incorporates the community was really strong.
Other comments?
I like the idea that he spoke especially to the idea of neighborhood schools and making neighborhood schools as attractive as ours.
Specialty. Yeah. Excellent.
I'll say in general, he seemed to have a strong understanding of what we were trying to get at with the questions. So I feel like I know a lot about him at this point. He gave us a lot to work with.
Yeah, I agree. I think he answered the questions in a direct way. It was easy to follow him. Clear.
I actually enjoyed the humor he brought to such a heavy situation, as well as his background with working with the unions from stateside and not in the States. And I think that was interesting.
Yes, very good.
Yeah, one thing I'd love to follow up with him is to talked to him about how implementing the Common Core in the military during the time when it was such a hotbed. He was like, say what? What was going on in those back rooms? That would be quite a conversation.
And you know, that brings up a point, Dr. Baker. Thank you for saying that, because one of the things that I want you to do is think about what you want to know in the second round. So remember, we're going to try to, who do we want to see back? And so when you start thinking about that as you're going into Monday, I want you to think about, well, what do I want to know? You know, I know we learned a lot today, but what do I want to know next time? So, because each of you are going to need to give me like 3 questions or 2 questions, something like that, so we can get prepared for that second round. How about the second candidate? Comments on, was it
Horton.
Devon? Dr. Horton. Any comments on Dr. Horton?
I'd like to,
Highly effective school results and research and so on, and that's
was nice.
extremely important
Okay.
to me as a former teacher. I know that that was something we always talked about, highly effective schools, so.
Thank you.
I knew that was good.
I appreciated the thoroughness of both Dr. Talley and Dr. Devon Horton in that they elaborated, both of them elaborated with very specific solutions to problems and issues that are trending in American education in an urban district. And I appreciated their intellectual level of understanding of educational issues that impact urban populations, special segments.
Excellent.
I think they both provided excellent responses.
Excellent. Anyone else?
I thought that with both, I saw a variety of ability to cross from behind the desk into the setting, the school setting, and working with diverse populations. I was a little disappointed on the social emotional. I feel like that's a big arena in urban districts in general. And so how do you continue to do that effectively? And then the parent engagement too. I would have wanted to follow up and say, would you require parents to be engaged?
You know, and
That-
that's
that would be-
perfect for second round, both of those concepts, perfect concepts, and we can get into those. And remember, in the second round, we're going to leave a little more space for follow-up. So you hear an answer, and we can follow up a little bit more. This first round, we were trying to keep it a little bit tighter on that. Excellent comments. Other comments?
And I really appreciate his analysis, and he good job of connecting analysis with experience. It didn't just stay abstract, and he had a variety of experiences what he does. And I thought it was quite strong for really the length of his career as an administrator. It's quite short.
Great.
So I thought it was
Excellent.
And I like the idea that he discussed restorative justice.
Okay.
That's something that I believe in strongly.
I appreciated that a lot of the analysis he provided was data-driven, and that he seemed to have a firm grasp on how to aggregate that data to get to building systems and structures that have impact in communities and in areas that's needed specifically.
Excellent. Excellent. Other comments?
I'd like to add his focus on language, foreign languages, and the fact that even his daughter is taking Spanish in elementary school. And I think that, you know, as we prepare our students, we have to be thinking in terms of world languages and the ability to speak 2 languages, which opens up 2 different worlds.
Absolutely.
I also like the idea that he is concerned about retaining teachers, and he mentioned that you might not be able to give them all kinds of money, but you might be able to give them some perks hither and yon, and that to me seemed like he was thinking about
Interested
the
in that.
teachers.
Was
Very
that
good.
Dr. Horton, or was that?
No, I've got, this is Dr. Horton.
That was
Okay.
Dr. Horton? Okay.
How about our third candidate? Comments on Dr. Vanden Weingard?
I like that she thought that music and arts were such a important part of better academic support.
Absolutely.
And her fireside chats, too.
I thought her connection to the community could be a positive asset as well.
Okay. Gotcha. Anything else?
I liked what she said about threading the social and emotional aspect throughout the curriculum when we ask more in-depth questions or projects where the students go in depth and that can be embedded in the curriculum.
Excellent.
I was impressed with her discussion of neighborhood schools and, getting the neighborhood to help define curriculum. And I actually thought that that seemed to occur in other responses as well, is that when we think about theme schools versus neighborhood comprehensive schools, that we don't think of the neighborhood as being engaged in defining what happens in the neighborhood school. So I was impressed with that.
Very
I thought
good.
you had a good grasp on some of the elephant in the rooms like racism and how that is addressed, some inequality issues that need to be faced in the public school arena that sometimes we're afraid to touch or it's hands off, it seems, but it would make sense to have those conversations with our administration, our teachers, and certainly, our community, so.
Sure.
I also, on the cultural competence question, I liked how she mentioned building leaders and teachers even walking into other classrooms and other buildings and seeing differences and opportunities. And it was a different way of addressing the equity question that I don't think I've heard before, but I really liked that thought.
Very good.
I like the idea that she said the magic words to every educator in the world: shrink the curriculum. If there's some way to do that legally, I think we ought to do it, because it's a huge responsibility.
Issue.
I liked her focus
Yes.
on early warning systems and advancing the notion of early interventions to ensure that our students are successful. I would have liked to have asked a follow-up question, though, regarding the segregation of students during the summer program for ELL and perhaps explore more just what philosophy she has with respect to dual language experiences for ELL students, especially summer school programs, because my experience has been that those programs are effective in meeting the needs of EL students. All that we can do with additional summer camps or boot camp type approaches are definitely important.
Thank you. And how about our last candidate, Dr. Williams?
And once again, he said, teachers have too much to do. And somebody who recognizes that, who's at the head of a school district, will probably be better working with the teachers because they recognize every program that we bring in, everything that we ask the teachers to do, it's just one more thing. And we
Little
never
more
take
empathetic.
anything away. Yes, we
Yes.
never take anything away.
Okay, great, thank you.
I appreciated his passion for students. That was quite clear, and I also applaud him for taking the time to visit one of our schools while he was here.
Oh, okay. Others?
The Twilight program that he talked about was real interesting. That seemed to be on his own initiative. I would say that a couple things that he said, but what was also striking was how common there are a couple other items that were said by everybody. One is just the persistent, I don't know if this is a national or if they did their research and saw where we're at politically here, but just that willingness to openly embrace unions, the teachers' union. It's just seems quite divergent from where we've been in the past. And also the language, I think everybody referred to college and career, and it's just, I know that we've tried to focus on that here, but it's nice to see that that must evidently be a national language that's important. So anyway, yeah, I appreciate his passion as well.
I like, too, the fact that he had worked with LULAC, the League of United Latin American Citizens, and in fact started a student group to involve Hispanic students, and that the involvement of Hispanic students actually produced results, significant results recognized at a national level. The other is that he's old school and has a work ethic that I relate to, being old school too, that our school children need experiences in actually performing work and appreciating those. And I think that incorporating duties and whether they're volunteer or civic engagement or whatever is a good thing for our students.
Excellent. Other comments?
Well, I thought that, I liked especially that he talked about making the whole district understand that when you redistribute funds, it's not like you're taking something away from one school to give it to another school, but the fact that our whole district will be better if all kids have access, will be equity piece. I was impressed with his discussion of that.
Okay. Well, I appreciate the snapshot of just some comments, and that's the type of thing that I want you to think about in regard to going forward with our discussion to actually narrow the field. So Julie has copied off all of the audience feedback for us, and I'm going to hand that out to you here shortly. In fact, Jay, if you wanted to grab that, we could do that and give those folders out. So a couple things I want you to do between now and Monday at 9:30 is read the audience feedback. I want you to read over your notes, and basically, I need you to kind of rank your top two. So if we end up with 2 or 3, I mean, we could end up with 2 or 3, and I've told you that from the beginning. But it helps to just start with you thinking about your top 2. And remember, we can just pick one, so, I mean, hopefully you could pick 2, but if you can't, if you have to pick 3, that's okay. But you're shooting for 2. But you can't pick 4, okay? That's the rule. You can't pick 4. So that's one good rule to have. And then the other thing I want you to think about, so you've got the audience feedback, you've got your own notes. The third thing is I want you to think about what else do you want to know? What else do you want to know? So you guys said a couple of different things. You know, off the top of your head, you can come up, hey, I really want to know this, or I want to hear more about this. That's what we want to try to start putting together when we start thinking about questions for that second round. Okay? What other questions do you have for me?
In the event that we find none of them adequate, what happens?
Well, I think I'd like to cross that bridge when we came to it. And I'd want to have a full discussion with the board as to other steps that we'd want to take. So basically, that's what we'll do on Monday.
Thank you very much for your time. Thank you so much, community, for coming out and supporting today. We appreciate that. We need that. And we look forward to having more of this conversation on Monday. Thank you.
Can I, hold on just 1 second? So I'm not quite done yet.
Okay.
So you don't have very many questions for me. So then another thing that we need to think about is that second round. So remember we talked about having a presentation. So what do we want them to present on? So one thought sometimes is, well, what would you do in your first 100 days? That's a possibility. Or there could be something else. I know Dr. Baker had an idea or two when we talked about this a few weeks ago. So we need to think about that for Monday as well. We need to kind of think about what would the presentation look like. We usually want about 10 minutes. So the other thing is, how would you set up, how do you normally set up for your presentations? You do it behind. So we could have the board call to order, have the candidate come in, you guys could sit here in the front, and then he could have, or she could have the floor and do the presentation. So I want you to think about a little bit of logistics like that. Then we'll have you guys come back to sit down. We'll have the candidate sit here again. We're gonna also have questions from the audience. So I'll pass out cards to the audience, and we'll ask them, and we'll pick 4 or 5 questions from the audience. And then we want to think about timing. So if we end up with 2 candidates, you know, maybe an hour and a half. If we have 3 candidates, you know, maybe an hour and 15 minutes. I'm not sure how that would work, but think those things through your mind a little bit of how you'd want to do that.
If you can provide us with a full list of those items, I will make sure that you guys receive that list tonight or by tomorrow so that we're ready on Monday. And then we'll also make sure that we have a full, detailed write-out of how the flow of things will happen on the second round so that everyone is just informed and comfortable with how that will work. So we'll make sure that we work with Julie and Dana on that piece.
Okay.
Go Blue.
All right.
Go green, go green. Meeting adjourned.